Morning. If you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, I open the public hearing on House Bill 597 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the kind introduction, and through you to my esteemed colleagues of criminal justice and public safety. My name is Bill Boyd. I'm a state representative representing Hillsborough 12, the town of Merrimack, and I am here to present to you House Bill 597, which provides technical enhancements to the existing law regarding 911. This bill was brought to my attention by my former police chief. I have a relationship because I was on the town council when he was police chief of Merrimack, but Mark Doyle is now the director of emergency services and communication for the Department of Public Safety. And he brought these language updates to my attention. I was more than happy to bring forward to begin to codify what is already in existence, what already 911 is already doing. I did provide all of you an email this morning, and I provided copies to the committee, but in a nutshell, the proposed bill clarifies the language and the definition so that existing protocols that are in place right now are now going to be statutorily allowed. The language change also allows the E911 the capability to continue transferring those calls so that people that are calling into 911 can get the access to the right level of care that they need quickly. That really is the genesis of it. Director Doyle is here today, and I certainly would defer to Director Doyle, and I would amplify his testimony to you, my colleagues, because he is the architect. He's worked closely with members of the mental health community, members within Department of Health and Human Services. He's also worked with the drafting attorney down at OLS to make sure that the language in this bill does indeed intend to remedy, as I said, remedy a service that the state is already providing. So with that being said, I will answer any questions if I can, but otherwise I certainly would defer to Director Doyle to get granular with any questions you may have. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for bringing us the bill. And I don't see any questions. We'll save them for the director. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much.
The chair calls Holly Stevens.
Chairman Roy, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people affected by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 597. Having been established in July of 2022, the New Hampshire's 988 Crisis and Suicide Lifeline is still relatively new. Despite the state investing in a very successful promotional campaign, there are still some individuals who have either not heard of 988 or when in crisis still call 911 because that is what they are used to. Currently, the 911 system has a process in place to transfer mental health crisis calls to 988 centers when it's appropriate to do so. This bill would not change that practice. It would only codify this practice into state law. Transferring these calls to 988 makes sense for several reasons, including freeing up 911 services for higher level physical health and public safety emergencies. And also that 988 staff have specialized training to work with people in a psychiatric crisis over the phone and have a close connection with community resources. When individuals with mental illness receive the right services at the right place at the right time, Fewer folks end up homeless, hospitalized, or incarcerated, all of which costs the state far more than providing community resources, which is something that the 988 staff are able to connect folks with. A majority of 988 calls do not necessitate a mobile dispatch for immediate assessment. Unlike 911, where emergency services are always dispatched, many calls to 988 can be resolved over the phone. Therefore, money are saved, services and money are saved when the mental health crisis calls get routed to 988 rather than being responded to by 911. Mental health crisis needs and deserves a mental health response. This goal is supported by the current practices and should be codified into law. And for those reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to vote ought to pass on House Bill 597. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Could you give me an example of a 988 call, what one might be and how one might be resolved over the phone?
Yes. A lot of folks, they might call in feeling anxious or depressed, but not necessarily having suicidal ideation that's life-threatening. So they might need some resources. They might need to be connected with a therapist or their community mental health center. And those are things that folks can talk with them about. Also, too, there are some times that folks are having thoughts of suicide, but don't have a plan, don't have the means, in their access. And so they might be able to do a safety plan with the person to stay with family members and then connect them with seeing somebody the following day. So that can happen too. But when they do the assessment and there is a significant danger to the person or somebody else, they do send out a mobile crisis worker to do an assessment.
Further questions? Representative Newman.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So, about if I understand this correctly, 911 now currently makes that decision if they get a call that is not required, they send it over, and they can dial 988. So you haven't really changed a lot. You're just codifying that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I will actually let Director Doyle answer that question. I think he's more qualified to answer that question than I am, but yes.
Thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me, as far as the 988 operation, how many people are typically manning that? And is that a 24/7 operation?
It is a 24/7 operation. I would have to get back to you and contact Carolyn as well as Headrest to find out how many folks are on at any given time. But the way that the system is designed is when the phone calls come in, they come into one of those organizations first. If they're all tied up with phone calls, it will be bounced to the other one. And if those folks are also tied up, it will be bounced to another organization out of state that will answer that call. So they are answered. All calls are answered despite the fact that there might be nobody available in the state of New Hampshire to answer those calls. So they are answered, and they are answered within 1 to 2 minutes of somebody's not on hold for more than generally like 1 to 2 minutes. I do know that Jenny O'Higgins from the department is also here that might have more information on the exact data if folks wanted that information on the rates of answering the calls. But that's something also that I could get for you is how many calls are answered in state. I think we're close to the 90% mark that SAMHSA is asking states to get to, that they're answered in state versus being bounced out of state. But all calls are answered, and it is 24/7.
Representative Muse. Any further questions? Representative Prue.
So if I dial this number, does that connect me to the crisis team? Because I know I have a different number to get a hold of the crisis team that comes out. Will this do the same thing?
It will do the same thing. When New Hampshire launched its crisis system before 988 was in existence. And then before there was routing for phone calls. If you didn't have a 603 phone number, it was bounced to wherever, like I have a 207, it was bounced to Maine. And to avoid people being bounced out of state,
Right.
we provided the 888 number to get a hold of, so that was for a local response only. But if a 988 call comes into Headrest who does not dispatch mobile, and mobile needs to be dispatched, they will do a call to Carolyn that does the mobile work, and we'll get that mobile dispatch going.
Okay. I think I understood that.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Mark Doyle.
Push the button again. Red. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today in support of HB 597, establishing a designated behavioral health access point within the enhanced 911 system. What we're doing really is to clarify the current process by which we transfer calls from 911 to the Rapid Response Access Point, or the 988 Suicide Prevention and Crisis Lifeline. And the purpose of the proposed legislative changes to the enhanced 911 system include changes under the definitions, which is directed to clarify that language and allow the transfers to the Rapid Response Access Point so that they are statutorily allowed. Current language mentions specifically that E911 can transfer emergent calls directly to a public or private safety agency. And those are defined as governmental or private entities which provide emergency services, including police, fire, and emergency medical or ambulance or ambulatory services. Since the onset of 988, though, the National Suicide Prevention and Crisis Lifeline, E911, has worked closely with the Department of Health and Human Services to establish a transfer protocol to the statewide Rapid Response Access Point, which is the 988 affiliate here in New Hampshire. This protocol has facilitated transferring calls from the 911 Public Safety Answering Point to the Rapid Response Access Point for persons having a mental health crisis, allowing them to get the right level of help at the right time for their non-emergent behavioral or mental health needs. This clarifying language codifies this authority in statute, so E911 can connect people so that it can, again, get the right level of help at the right time without undue delay. And again, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you in support of this bill, and hopefully we can make sure that this is done so that we can actually have this statutorily authorized and move forward. The folks here that have already spoken in favor of and in support of the bill represent a number of constituencies that we've worked very closely together since the onset of 988, which goes back to just about 2020 when we started this process. And I think we're at a very good point right now where we're able to actually see some success stories by which we've been able to transfer calls to 988. To date, since January of 2020, or since January of 2022, I should say, we've facilitated warm handoffs with 988, the Rapid Response Access Point in the state, almost 500 times. Those are 500 calls or callers that would have otherwise been pointed to a law enforcement response, which isn't necessarily the right level of help for those people in a mental health crisis. Again, I want to thank you, and I'm certainly available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Who is it? Representative Muse.
One thing I'm a little bit curious about is how exactly that works, and how you instruct dispatchers, because there are pretty serious consequences if you refer somebody to a suicide or mental crisis prevention hotline who should have been referred to law enforcement, and vice versa. So what is in place right now to ensure that happens correctly? And is there anything in the bill that's being proposed that will ensure that that's being done better?
Thank you for the question. That's a very good question, and I always love to take the opportunity to point out the length and breadth of training that our public safety telecommunicators go through when it's their responsibility to actually handle and triage appropriate calls, emergent and non-emergent calls in the 911 call center. As you know, we go through a litany of training scenarios, both associated with the police, fire, and emergency calls, as well as now with 911 988 and mental health related behavioral health crisis calls. That training spreads across about 16 weeks of training before these folks are in a position where they've been approved to go out on their own. Having said that, what we had done, and this is done in concert and was done in concert with the folks from Headrest, with the folks from, at the time, it was the Rapid Response Access Point of Behavioral Health Crisis Services group from Carillon, as well as our PSAP, or Public Safety Answering Point supervisors and chief of operations, as well as the senior staff here at 911, to make sure we put in place a protocol that would address those concerns exactly. And we've created, in concert with emergency medical dispatch protocols, a triage chart which gives specific, clear guidance to our telecommunicators when they handle a call which alludes to or is directly requested from the caller in the sense that they need a 988 or rapid response, mental health crisis related response. And what they do is they actually go through that triage chart to indicate or ask questions and interview the caller to find out if it is eligible for a warm transfer. Some of those routes would show whether an individual suggested that they were in a position to harm themselves, whether they had a weapon, whether they had threatened to harm themselves, whether they were actually in a crisis where they could hurt somebody or anyone else, whether they've done it in the past, or whether they have a plan. If that's the case, those calls are routed directly to a law enforcement response because of the emergent nature of the associated call. If not, those calls are then handed off warmly to the 988 or Rapid Response Access Point call center so that they can actually have that call handled by a mental health counselor. That doesn't end there, though, and I'm glad you brought up this question, so I think it clarifies how it works both ways. In the event that that call is transferred off and it turns into a call that requires an emergency response, where the mental health counselor has now determined, because of things that have been said or discussed over the course of that discussion, that conversation, that call can be transferred back to 911 for an appropriate emergent response, the police, fire, or emergency medical, or combination of all three, to respond and handle the call in crisis mode, in emergent mode.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You've obviously been doing this now. It's happening right now. What was the impetus to go ahead and put it in statute? Do you feel like there was some exposure that perhaps not having it in statute left us open to, or what was the?
Thank you for the question, and that's a very good question. As we were looking into what it was that we were doing in terms of the warm transfers and the handoffs, one of the things that we started to do is, of course, of what we always do when it comes to rulemaking at the Department of Safety, is to make sure that our rules are appropriate for the laws that we're currently responsible for complying with. And when we looked at the definition of what a private safety agency was, we realized, in concert with our legal discussion and a legal team at Department of Safety, private safety agency doesn't capture what 988 or rapid response currently does in terms of a non-emergent response. So we needed to make sure that we went back to the drawing board, so to speak, and clarify the language in statute so that it does comply with what the rulemaking says. And then we have to, hopefully that this passes, hopefully we go back to rulemaking now to make sure that that's compliant with the statute as it has changed and been modified. So again, it's just a matter of clarifying language to codify exactly what it is that we're doing. We think we're doing a really good job at it right now, to make sure that we're just walking in lockstep with what it is that we're required to do from a rulemaking perspective as well.
Okay, so there was no national change or movement or anything like that?
No.
Good. All right. Who else? Anyone? Yes, Representative Self.
Thank you for taking my question. I think I have a pretty good grasp about the 911 system, but the 988 system, if it's a mental health situation, you transfer it to 988. Does 988 ever dispatch mental health professionals to the scene?
The answer is, as my understanding is, yes, they do if it warrants that type of dispatch. I would rather have one of my partners from Health and Human Services speak to what that workflow works like. They have folks that can actually respond in the field. They can set up follow-up appointments. They can work with the community mental health centers and mobile crisis response teams to do just that. And I'm sure that they have some success stories on what that looks like as well.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do have written testimony that I can pass out.
Yes. The chair calls Jenny O'Higgins.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS. So we are here today to provide some information on House Bill 597. As you've heard already from my colleagues, we have been working very closely on our 988 and rapid response system. So in New Hampshire, you'll probably hear a lot about, if you haven't already, the DHHS roadmap and our Mission Zero work, our 10-year mental health plan, and children's system of care. So all of this is a part of these goals. Essentially, what we have learned is that in best practices in behavioral health crisis care, there are 3 pillars. And those 3 pillars are someone to talk to, someone to respond, and somewhere to go. And so what we're talking about today is that first pillar of someone to talk to. It's the call centers. And some of the questions that I've heard today are kind of about that someone to respond piece. So in New Hampshire today, we have 2 call centers. They answer the phone, text, and chat 24/7. And they operate both from the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, that is a network of 200 centers across the country. And we also have a center, as you had mentioned earlier, Representative, that also answers an 833-710-6477 phone number. The purpose, as I believe you heard earlier, of standing up a separate line was to make sure that if you had an area code from outside New Hampshire, you would always still reach a New Hampshire center. Since standing that up, the FCC has approved geo-routing, and so we are able to still reach a center closest to us now from any area code. But at the time, that was not true. So that's the reason for the 2 phone numbers, is that the longer 10-digit number, you'll always get your New Hampshire trained centers. And with 988, you have the potential to reach the 200 centers that are in network there. The additional benefit of being a part of that 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, though, is, as you heard, is if the phone line is tied up, you will bounce to one of these other trained centers, and they have the ability to get you resources in your state as well. And as you also heard, many calls are de-escalated by phone, text, and chat. So it's critically important that there is someone to talk to when someone needs that crisis care. So in that partnership and through the work that we've been doing in New Hampshire, we have worked really closely with 911 to make sure that people are able to get that appropriate response. And I really just wanted to make sure to answer any questions for you all today.
Thank you. You said text, so someone could text to 988 and say, I need to talk to someone, and you could have a whole conversation over text?
Absolutely. And that's been critically important, especially for teens in New Hampshire. Our 14 to 17-year-old girls in particular are who are accessing that, and they're also at a risk of suicidal ideation. And so our data in New Hampshire shows that that's a high-risk group and that they're utilizing that text modality.
Does 911 also have that capability?
We do. We've had the ability to text to 911 since 2000.
Okay, I know that we've got the domestic line where we encourage people to text if they're in an unsafe place. So I'm wondering if all these things are all connected. So we have our domestic violence hotline, we have our mental health hotline, we have our emergent care hotline. What else is there? I know there's the runaway teen line. Is that in any way affiliated or?
No. So at this time, we have been working in partnership with many different crisis lines in New Hampshire. Prior to standing up rapid response, we had over 30 phone numbers in New Hampshire for behavioral health crisis care.
Yeah.
So while it feels confusing that we have 2, National 988 and rapid response, that's actually a significant progress in the last 5 years, because we had crisis lines for all of our regions, and we didn't have text and chat modalities. So we've made really significant progress. I think it would be likely ideal to have 1 3-digit phone number like 911. I know my children are able to really describe easily, when you need police, fire, and ambulance, you call 911. And when you're sad, angry, or overwhelmed, you call 988. And have a generation growing up with that, when we know that suicide's a leading cause of death for young people in our state.
Yeah.
That feels like a really critical change for New Hampshire and the nation. So we're moving towards a system that's going to be better and better as we go, but we're not necessarily fully there yet. We're in sort of our quality improvement phase, and we do still have the 2 phone numbers, and we are promoting them together. in the same way. So call either, we can get you the services you need. If you call 911, now we can get you to the right level of, service if it's behavioral health. If you call 988 and it's a 911 call, that's why we have this collaboration.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Further questions? Representative Newman.
Could you detail a little bit, if someone calls with a Texas
Why do I always-
area code and then you get the call, how does it do that? Does it do the location on the phone, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the geo routing works where they ping the nearest cell tower. Like if you're calling from a cell phone that's pinging the nearest cell tower, and they're getting you a center that they believe to be closest to you. But you may end up getting a Massachusetts center or something with the national call center, right? But those 200 call centers in that 988 suicide and crisis lifeline are all trained to and they have a resource directory online for every state. So they take the call that they get. If the caller is calling, from Texas and New Hampshire answers, they try to connect them to that care in Texas. And they do have that online resource directory. But they're not going to transfer a caller who's in crisis because there's a risk of losing the call. And so you take the call you get, there has been that improvement with geo routing, whereas a year ago you were only routed by your area code. So again, we're kind of in the mud right now of making improvements to a system that's newer. So it would be ideal if it just already worked like 911, but there was a time where none of us had heard of that either, right? So it is just a newer system.
Follow?
Follow up.
So there's nothing right now that recognizes the location of the phone from geolocation to send the call to the right place. Is that correct? Or
I'm
is that
sorry.
incorrect?
It works as geo routing, which pings the nearest cell tower. Geolocation there's such a nuance here in those two terms, but 911 is approved for geolocation where they can actually know where the caller is located. And for 988, it is to try to get you to your nearest center. And some of the reason for that nuance at the federal level and the FCC approval was that there were advocates who really wanted people in suicidal crisis to be able to remain somewhat anonymous. And so they didn't want the location pieces. Of course, if there's a crisis where it is a rescue line, and if there's a crisis that needed a 911, we could transfer to them and they would be able to utilize the geolocation pieces of that. Nationally, the data shows that less than 2% of call text chats to 988 need any kind of emergency response like that. They really need someone to talk to.
Thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
You may have just answered my question, but my question relates to a 988 call that does not require 911 response, but needs somebody on the scene. How does that handle?
Yes. So those three pillars of crisis care, again, are the someone to talk to, and then someone to respond, and someone somewhere to go. So those are like our easiest ways of describing what is obviously a complex system. But what we have in New Hampshire today is 2 call centers that can do the someone to talk to. We have 10 mobile crisis teams operated through our community mental health centers. And those mobile crisis teams can respond in community. Again, we're in the kind of workforce buildup and quality improvement stages of that. So ideally, they would be able to respond in community 24/7 when that was necessary. Today, that looks different depending on the region and the hiring rates and all of that within that place, but they do have access to telehealth in that way too for a mental health clinician to connect with someone. And so the 10 community mental health centers are working through all of those issues today and are able to respond in community quite often. It's about a quarter of calls that end up getting a mobile crisis response. So 75% of calls-ish, I could get you exact data in email if you want it, but I'm just saying it off the top of my head. But about 75% of our calls in New Hampshire are de-escalated by phone, and those that need an in-person mental health response, that other quarter of calls, are able to get connected to those mobile crisis teams. And then we're piloting 2 crisis stabilization centers in Dover and Laconia. Dover's open and Laconia is soon to be open. And that's that third pillar. So that's sort of where we're at in the middle of building a behavioral health crisis system in New Hampshire.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
What sort of coverage do you have for Coos County?
So the mental health center there has a mobile crisis team, and I would have to go back to ask their staffing ratio today. I know that that's obviously a place where there has been workforce challenges across the board, not just in behavioral health, but they do have a mobile crisis team. I would just have to ask them how their staffing was going.
Do you know where they're based?
I could get back to you on it. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Representative Newell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. I think it's in line with what Representative LaSalle's was saying, but a little bit deeper. I've had the pleasure of getting to know the mobile crisis team in the Monadnock region, out of Monadnock Family Services. And so what I hope would be clarifying is to explain what it looks like when a mobile crisis unit actually shows up, goes out, and what that looks like when they respond, as opposed to, especially as opposed to, if police showed up, or, you know what I mean? What exactly would that look like?
Yeah, so what we have a couple of different types of sort of certifications. We have a crisis certification. And then we have clinicians that can be a part of that team, and then we have peers that can be a part of that team. So peer support services is someone who has experienced a mental health condition of their own, and so they're able to, and they have training and can offer recovery supports. And so typically a clinician or a crisis trained counselor and a peer go out as a team, and they can sit with that individual and be in that space with them and have that kind of training that's specific to mental health. It can sometimes be really intimidating to have folks in a uniform with a badge kind of show up when you're in a mental health crisis. There's such a critical need for all of our first responders. This is kind of a fourth first responder, right? We've got police, fire, and ambulance, and then we've got mental health crisis counselors that can sit with you in that time of need and be able to have that specialty training. And we recognize that there's not the medical piece of having, an EMT on the scene. And that's why the partnership, or not the law enforcement, it's that we all can partner to get the right response when it's needed. So if someone is in imminent risk, or if there's homicidal or suicidal ideation, and the person has means, and there's an imminent risk, we're going to partner with our other three first responders, right? We're going to send police, fire, and ambulance to a life-saving situation. But when we know that 75% of these calls are de-escalated by phone, and then we can connect people to same-day, next-day appointments or to ongoing mental health care, that's life-saving too. It looks different, right, than the way that we could see saving a life when someone has a heart attack, right? But it's having the courage and the language to sit with someone in crisis that can save their life.
And can I ask one quick follow-up? So out of the mental health, our regional mental health community centers, how many are kind of at the level that is possible? I know you were saying they're in various stages, and I acknowledge that Monadnock is probably at a different stage than the other ones. I'm just...
Yeah, so I absolutely know that my director of the Mental Health Bureau would be able to answer you on the spot about the staffing of each of those teams. I just don't have that information, so I'm happy to email it to the committee. But we had, in Concord, Manchester, and Nashua, these teams have been operational for longer in those cities, and so they are up and running and responding to many, many calls. And in some of the regions, especially that are more rural, like I was saying earlier, there's workforce challenges in every sector, and behavioral health is no exception. And so there are times where those teams may not be fully staffed. They do always still have access to the telehealth. And then we are working, part of standing up a crisis counselor certification is to actually make sure that we can expand that workforce. And we're also looking at all kinds of creative and alternative methods. And I really think about it a lot as how, Manchester has 200 firefighters, but a rural region is going to have a volunteer department. And so we need to get creative. And sometimes it can be just being able to sit with someone in crisis and talk with them. And so there are probably a lot of different ways that New Hampshire can figure out how to respond to this, as long as you've got some training, right? And so there's so many different ways that we're working towards. How do we build this workforce so that we can save the lives of our friends and neighbors? And I think New Hampshire's so good at that. So sorry, I'm
Thank you.
so
That's-
wordy.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us this morning.
Absolutely.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. No. All right. I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 602 and invite Representative Murphy to introduce her bill.
Good morning, Chairman Roy and honorable members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Nancy Murphy, currently serving my third term representing the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12. I come before you this morning to introduce HB 602 relative to proposed public safety legislation that would add a requirement for completion of an online victim impact panel program to meet court-ordered obligations for DUI impaired driving offenses. I don't think a single one of us is unaware of the challenges our law enforcement officers are facing as they try to address the very real and very problematic issue of impaired driving in New Hampshire. We can't turn on the news without learning of another accident or fatality with impaired drivers often behind the wheel, or pick up a newspaper. A deadly year on the road. Safety officials seek new ways to stop dangerous driving. Protecting impaired drivers from themselves, while at the same time protecting the public at large from becoming innocent victims, must feel like an exercise in futility some days for law enforcement. HB 602 would provide an additional program tool for New Hampshire law enforcement and the court to address DUI-related offenses, decrease offender recidivism, and save lives. The impetus for this bill came by way of a telephone call from my local police chief, Brian LeVake, not as a request for legislation, but rather to share information and his own experience with what I've heard for the first time described as an online victim impact panel program for DUI impaired drivers. Chief LeVake was introduced to this technology by his predecessor, our former police chief, Denise Roy. Given their vastly superior knowledge of all things law enforcement, DUI, and victim impact panel program in general, both Chief LeVake and former Chief Roy are here today to testify as well. If you look at the bill, you will see that HB 602 would require DUI offenders to complete the online victim impact panel program. This phrase is defined and described within the bill using UImpact, an online victim impact panel program that already exists and is currently serving DUI justice-involved individuals across the United States and even here in multiple New Hampshire towns. It's the gold standard program model. Chief Roy is an excellent resource for specific information about the UImpact program and current New Hampshire participation. I want to be clear, as you will note, there is nothing in this bill that references UImpact or any other program by name. Rather, should HB 602 be considered favorably by the committee, any program that could meet the requirements included within the definition of a qualified online victim impact panel program would be eligible to provide these services. In addition to those testifying today, I'd like to thank the Department of Safety's Assistant Commissioner, DMV Director, Liquor Commissioner, and members of the Association of Chiefs of Police, Sheriff's Association, State Police, Judicial Branch, AAA, and Association of Counties, for all who had met with me and provided input to improve this bill, leading to the proposed amendment that I've already handed out. Those were some suggestions that and certain phraseology that was felt to improve it. I believe it's time to put another tool in our public safety toolbox, and if we have the ability to positively impact outcomes for both DUI offenders and potential victims, and this comes at no cost to the state or county, I hope you'll agree that we should at least be willing to try. I'm happy to take questions, but as the Chiefs will be speaking as well, not the ones whose hopes were dashed by the Eagles on Sunday, it may make sense to see if they're answered during their testimony. I ask that you please support HB 602 and send it to the floor with an OTP recommendation.
Thank you. There's no charge to the state or county. Is there no charge to the offender?
There's a $100 charge to the offender, and if they're determined to be indigent by the court, right now the program that is available, UImpact, will absorb that cost. So it remains available to the individual.
Okay, thank you. See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Denise Roy.
No relation, Mr. Chair. At least we don't know. Good morning, everyone, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today to discuss the proposed bill and that could help save lives in New Hampshire. A special thank you to Representative Murphy for recognizing that we can do more to reduce the rate of recidivism of impaired drivers in our state. My name is Denise, again, last name Roy. I'm a New Hampshire native who grew up in Nashua. For over 30 years, I devoted my career, though it hardly felt like a work day when you love what you do, to serving the citizens of Merrimack as a police officer. I retired in 2000 as the chief of police. During my time in law enforcement, I witnessed both the incredible resilience of humanity and the devastating impacts of tragedy. While most of my experiences were rewarding, none haunts me more than those related to impaired driving. For those of you on the committee who have similar experiences, you know that informing a parent, family member, or friend that their loved one has been killed by a drunk driver is a burden that stays with you forever. What makes it worse is that these tragedies are entirely preventable. In New Hampshire, we see around 5,000 driving while intoxicated arrests each year. This number only reflects those that have been caught. We know the actual number of impaired drivers is much higher. As a police officer, it was frustrating to see that after a person is arrested for impaired driving and leaves the police station, they're often just forgotten. While various resources are dedicated to prevention and enforcement, there is much more that can be done post-arrest. The purpose of my presence here today is to emphasize that we can take additional steps. Across the country, many states require individuals facing impaired driving charges to attend a victim impact panel. Unfortunately, these types of panels are not widely known or utilized in New Hampshire or New England in general. A traditional victim impact panel consists of 2 to 3 speakers that have been affected by impaired driving. They share stories about their loved ones and their personal experiences with these tragedies. I've attended and participated in victim impact panels to gain a better understanding of what an effective program looks like. Although my attendance was not mandatory, I still had an emotional response to what I experienced. I now understand how a program like these can reveal the ripple effects of one's actions. An effective victim impact panel should aim to influence participants on an emotional level, changing their attitudes towards impaired driving and reducing likelihood of reoffending. Importantly, these panels should not be designed to shame, judge, or lecture. Instead, they should help impaired drivers understand the ripple effect of their choices and encourage behavioral change. Participation in panels is crucial. If individuals are only forced to sit and listen, they are likely to disengage. Encouraging involvement through questions, answers, and self-reflection fosters a better understanding of the consequences of their actions. Moreover, it is essential that these panels feature speakers with diverse experiences related to impaired driving. Individuals involved in the justice system may not connect with the victim's story, but they may find themselves in hearing from someone who has faced similar struggles. Programs with varied speakers can be more relatable to impaired drivers. Ultimately, the choice to drive impaired is just that, a choice. When individuals are led to a place of acceptance and responsibility, they can make safer choices for themselves, creating a positive ripple effect that extends beyond what they might see. Mandating attendance at a victim impact panel can make a significant difference in reducing the recidivism rate in New Hampshire. The cost to the state is zero. Our commitment to the citizens of this great state is invaluable. How can we overlook such an essential tool that we've never used before?
Thank you, Chief. Can you tell me where else this program is in use that you've seen it and what your thoughts are after having observed it?
So the first part of the question is it's in use in, it's being utilized in every state in the country. Some states utilize it more than other states, depending upon the law that's currently in effect. So 2 of the larger states that utilize specifically the program that I advocate for are Florida and Texas, and they're used entirely in the state. but like I said, it's utilized throughout every single state. And I have to, I attended both a live impact panel because those pre-COVID were very popular, and that's what everybody did. The program I advocate for was developed in 2011. So I took the online program first. But to make sure I understood what I was advocating for, I wanted to go to a live impact panel. They're completely different. The atmosphere on an online panel is, although some people think you don't want the defendant to feel comfortable, but you do, because that's how they're going to understand and that's how they're going to interact. And when I took the course, I found myself thinking 30 years in law enforcement, there's no way that I'm going to feel emotional after seeing and doing what I've done. But I was sitting at my kitchen counter and I was crying because I was like, this is truly, people don't understand that ripple effect that their decisions have on others. So it was much, the online was much, it allowed me to feel that, as opposed to the live panel. I was in a room with over 100 people. I felt shame, and I wasn't even there. It wasn't mandatory for me there. I felt shame. And it just, it wasn't the atmosphere for me to.
Makes you more guarded.
Yes, absolutely guarded. I didn't know who I was sitting next to. Nobody, people were being kicked out. People were talking. There were 2 speakers, and they had horrific stories. They've lost loved ones. You can't, you have empathy for that, but you're not absorbing what you should be absorbing in a victim impact panel.
Thank you. The second part of the question was, so Florida and Texas, have they had demonstrable drops in their recidivism with regard to OUI? Or is there any way to tie that to this?
No, there absolutely is. The organization U Impact that I work for, who actually, I have the person who has all the answers, but I do know this one. So there was a recidivism study done, and there was nationwide through the Transportation Safety Agency. And at the time of the study, the national recidivism rate was 25%. The recidivism study done just by U Impact on 2 counties in Florida, Miami-Dade County, which is one of the largest counties, and Duval County. It was the recidivism rate was 3.9 in Miami-Dade and 2.9 in Duval County. So that's a significant drop. And again, that's only those people who participated in the U Impact program. There certainly are studies, that question the effectiveness of them. However, the people, and we've seen, I have testimonials of people who have actually taken the course in New Hampshire. I have worked with a couple of the prosecutors for cases that were pled from DWI, and they have taken the course. And I do believe you have that in your packet. The testimonials of the people who have taken it, it actually works because they understand what the ripple effect is from what they've done.
Final question for me. Is this program mandatory in Texas, in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Representative LaSalle.
Thank you for taking my question. Those recidivism rates, that's tremendous. When you talk about impaired driving, are you just looking at alcohol, or are there other forms of abuse?
Well, the drugged driving is obviously it's newer into the driving while impaired realm. So the U Impact program does just deal right now with alcohol-related drunk driving, but obviously with changing of laws, you have to consider changing also the stories to include drugged driving as well.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering, distracted driving is really at a crisis level here in New Hampshire. Does this program cover that at all?
Well, I would say yes, it could, but the only caveat to that would be the stories of the real life victim and defendants that you hear and are surrounded by alcohol impairment. However, that being said, anytime it is also a form of distracted driving. So anytime that you can make somebody feel and understand why their behaviors should change, then to me, it's just as effective. Again, I attended both of these, not because it was mandatory, but because I wanted to experience it. And it was life-changing for me. And I'm not even, it's not something that I had to do.
One follow-up. where I live, we have a front porch. We're able to look down on a state highway where the speed limit is 40 miles per hour. And it's amazing how many of the people that are going by that are looking on their cell phones. And it's particularly bad among young females. They seem to constantly be on their phones. I'm just wondering, do you have any outreach into the school system, the driver's ed programs and so forth?
So the U Impact program specifically has what we call a pay it forward program. And the participants, the people who have to take the course, it's mandatory for them to take the course, are granted access to this 1 hour pay it forward program. Although it concentrates on alcohol impairment, it can also be used for distracted driving situations. It's a free program that we provide to anyone who wants it. It's kind of U Impact's way of trying to do something preventative instead of being reactionary. So that is a program that is used in some facilities, especially juvenile detention facilities. Specifically in California, they utilize our program in one specific county for those types of situations.
Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about the cost and the mention of, if the person is found indigent, that they don't have to pay. However, if a person does have the ability to pay, then they do. So I'm trying to figure out the balance in that, right? So is it right to make a person pay for it, but then not to make another? Would it just not be better to just, if the program is going to be free for some people, just to be free for all?
Well, no, I do disagree with that part of it. I do think, the programming cost is, I'm trying to think, my colleague might be a better person to answer this question. The indigency is similar to, like, if a person is charged, if a defendant goes to court and they would like a public defender, those are the types of the indigent cases that are also that the courts would give us. They would say this person's been deemed indigent through the paperwork that they do. So it's similar to any other program or any other sentence that somebody has, that the program is, there's a fee to it. There's no way to get around that unless the state were going to, pay out a predetermined amount. I mean, that it's a service being offered. Thank you.
The chair calls Tara Diamond.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Tara. I'm also an employee of U Impact. I came to this company with 15 years of experience as a teacher. I'd like to speak from our founder's point of view. Our founder passed away, so she's unable to be here. She was a mother walking her child over a bridge on New Year's Day, and a repeated drunk driver swerved, hit her stroller, killing her child and severely injuring her other 2-year-old son. She was a mother who took that pain, and rather than become angry, allowing it to eat away at her, she shared her story. She spoke live all across the state of Florida about once a month, and she, over time, became to realize that this was the hardest thing she ever had to do, was to speak live to people, to relive the worst experience of her life. And so at the suggestion of a couple probation officers who knew her well enough to say, "We want to share your story, but we just don't want to ask you to speak again," she developed the U Impact program. She knew the other speakers. Anna was best known for her storytelling. If you ever want to access the program, we always can give you access, and you'll see what a wonderful speaker she was. She was non-judgmental. She understood that if people are sitting in a place of fear and anger, they'll never listen to your message. They need to feel safe, and they need to understand that they have the ability to make better choices moving forward. As a company, we that's what we believe in. Everybody deserves the chance to do better. When they know better, they'll do better. We've had close to 55,000 people across the country take this program. One of my jobs is I quickly read all the letters as they come in. At the end of the program, we ask people to write to themselves, saying what they want to do better moving forward, how they can do better moving forward. Consistently, people will say, I didn't realize my choice could affect somebody else. And I mean, as we're all sitting here, it's safe to say we've made good decisions in our life. We've had people who've encouraged us to make great choices. A lot of people don't have that. So of those 55,000 people, the common message is, I didn't understand that the choice to drive drunk was going to impact everybody. And so generally what we want people to realize is that they need to forgive themselves. They need to make a better choice moving forward, whether that's common sense for us, but not everybody. Having an Uber, a designated driver, drinking at home, not drinking. We want people to realize that impaired driving is a choice. And so that's how we model our business.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious, and I'm curious if there are people who might participate in this or who might also share their story in one way or another of kind of overcoming that or reform. And so I was just curious if that's a part of it as well, or if it's...
Yes, so we have two speakers in the program. One was a child and her father, she was in car accidents with her father, drunk driving. And so she's made it her life mission to connect with other victims and kind of help them move forward. We have another speaker in our program who her DUI was a wake-up call that she was also battling addiction, and now she runs a rehab day center and provides counseling to other people.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. The chair calls Aaron Cregan.
Good morning, Erin Cregan, General Counsel for the Judicial Branch. I just wanted to compliment Representative Murphy, not just because she represents my parents in Merrimack, and I see that I just headed off the police officer that protects my parents in Merrimack, but she brought a very broad group of people together to take a look at the bill. I'm just one of them, and the implementation concerns that the judiciary has on what is really a policy expression, what's the most important part of the bill that I leave to your determination. I just always appreciate when representatives give us that opportunity to make sure that we can implement it. And she did that with not just the judicial branch, but many other people. And I know given this committee's great emphasis on thoroughness and diligence, that would be impactful to you. So I just wanted to take a moment to come and mention that she had done that.
Thank you. And were there or are there any concerns from the judiciary as
No,
far as implementation?
we can implement it if it's your policy determination that it should be implemented.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you. The chair calls Brian Levesque.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to let you know that I did participate in the program. I took the online course, and I've been a police officer for 26 years. Have had to deliver those messages of someone's passing. And I can tell you that as soon as I took this program, I immediately felt impacted by it. It truly is wide ranging when you're talking about the offenders, the victims, and that ripple effect that you don't really think about when you're making those actions when you're doing them. 20 years after, whereas people still have medical bills that are racking up that aren't being paid by insurance. Personally, I thought it was very, very impactful, and that's why I reached out to Representative Murphy, who's done a phenomenal job gathering all the stakeholders and trying to present what I think is a great bill. So I just want to say that I personally took the program, and I think it's well worthwhile, even if it can get, 5 out of 10, half the people to change their behaviors. I think it's worthwhile. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who wasn't done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. Open the public hearing on House Bill 387.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing this bill today. I thought it was going to go to Environment and Agriculture, but because there are penalties involved, I think that's why it came here. My name is Janet Wall. I'm state rep, been here 20 terms, and I've never filed a frivolous bill. And there have been all kinds of comments made about the balloon bill, but this is a serious matter. This bill has come before us in the House before, back in 2007, and passed the House on a voice vote on consent. It went to the Senate, and that's where it died because the bill at that time focused only on penalties, not on education or anything else. I'm sponsoring this bill on behalf of a constituent who asked me for 3 years in a row to please do something, and I honestly am embarrassed to say perhaps that I didn't take it seriously because it had died before, but he's a very well-respected businessman who goes out deep-sea fishing when he's able to have time off from work and when he's in the state. And he showed me late this last summer a massive pile of balloons. I'm 5'5.5". That pile of balloons was taller than I am and as wide as this table that he had pulled up just from that weekend alone being off the coast of New Hampshire. He said this is not unusual. This happens, and I've heard about it from other people. I have never seen the evidence, and I'm sorry he couldn't be here today. He is out of state. But once he showed me that, I thought, we've got a problem, and we need to do something about it. And it's not only New Hampshire. I have with me, and if you need backup, I need the original bill from back in 2007 and all the background information on testimony and votes and this, that, and the other. I have that to share with you if you need it. I have the amendment that came in at that time. And I have copies of all the laws from the 10 other states that have passed this bill. The most recent state was Florida. And prior to it passing in Florida, and again, I've got the copies if you need these. If you don't, I'll hang on to them. Prior to that, the New York Times had an article. I'll only read part of it to you. Balloons released in the sky don't go to heaven. They often end up in oceans and waterways where they're, and I don't know if this number is accurate, 32 times more are likely to kill seabirds and other types of plastic debris. It's found among the balloons. Balloons contribute to the increase in microplastic pollution, which is harmful to every living creature, and we all know that from what we've been going through in recent years up here as well. It's not only the sea creatures that are being damaged by it, but the environment as well. Living here in New Hampshire, I come from a family of mountain climbers when we're able to, and doing the 4,000 footers, and numerous times, not only we found litter in our beautiful mountains, but we found balloons. Just a few months ago, I was not able to get to this area where I found a cluster of 6 or 7 at least, maybe 8 balloons, all tied together in a tree a mile from my house. Where they came from, I don't know. Years ago, we found a balloon in our yard with a little note on it from somebody down in Pennsylvania wanting us to get in touch with them and say where the balloon had finally landed. These things drift around. We don't know where they're going to land. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know about what animals are going to ingest them and what's going to happen to those animals. Fish are affected. They did, I think it's called a necropsy on a whale, and determined that it had ingested some balloons and it had an intestinal blockage from the strings or the ribbons, whatever they were, connecting all those balloons. Birds get caught, and I've got pictures I can show you if you need. Birds get caught in the in the strings and in the ribbons that tie these balloons together. I have 2 pictures of birds that have been tied up like that. It does happen. This is important. What I'm asking for in this bill is different from what the bill asked for in 2007. Again, that bill had strong bipartisan support from the House. It passed on the consent calendar, voice vote, went into the Senate, but all it called for was penalties. I'm not doing that. Yes, there's a penalty attached to this, as you'll see in the bill as you read it. But what it's asking for is when these balloons are sold, put a tag on them. Just put a little tag on that says these do cause hazards to the environment and to wildlife on the land as well as in the sea. Just put a little tag on it to warn people about that. And actually, someone said, well, this is going to hurt the balloon industry. It's not going to hurt the balloon industry. People still love balloons and decorate with them and such. The store of Market Basket sells balloons, and they sell them with a clip or a weight on the bottom of them. That's all you really need. Also, you can put that tag on the weight. You can put it on the string. Just have it somewhere. But it reminds people, just don't let these things go. It's a lot of fun watching balloons go up in the sky. But what goes up does come down, and there are consequences to this. I'm asking that if you take this seriously, and I have come to the point where I am taking it seriously now, put a tag on the balloons when they're sold. It's not going to hinder marketing at all. It's not going to stop the balloon industry from producing balloons. It's not going to hurt enforcement. One of the problems with the other bill that failed in the Senate in 2007 was it relied on Fish and Game to handle all this. I can't do that to that agency. We all know it's the least funded department in our state, and they're already burdened with all the search and rescue efforts they make all year long up in the mountains. This is so that any law enforcement officer can issue a ticket. You know, you're violating the law. You're not a criminal, but there is a violation here. And make people aware that this is a serious issue. I was at a funeral for a newborn baby a few years ago. It was one of the saddest things I've ever attended. And at the end, we were all at the cemetery, and we were all handed little note cards to write. So we did, not knowing what the consequences were being. Next thing we knew, hundreds of balloons were passed out. We were to attach these notes to the balloons and send them off into the sky. I had a really hard time doing that. I really did, because we all know that, again, what goes up does come down. I ask for you to take this very seriously. The states that have passed the law that this is in violation: California, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Tennessee, Virginia, Hawaii, Maine, Maryland, and Florida is the most recent one. There are a number of municipalities that have also passed ordinances so that people won't release balloons. Places like Louisville, Kentucky, the Hamptons, New York, Wrightsville, North Carolina, Galveston, Texas, and Bainbridge Island, Washington, and other communities have done that as well. People are beginning to be aware that balloons really become trash. They don't just evaporate. We need to be aware that there's a way to dispose of these responsibly. If you want balloons, okay, decorate with them. There's a way to decorate. You've seen balloon arches, just like arches with flowers and such. If you want to scatter something, someone suggested scatter rose petals or something, but don't have it so you have particles of plastic or going into the ocean and into the environment. So again, there's a way to manage this. It's just good common sense, and asking that you take this seriously and please consider passing it. Again, a ton of the states have done it. We had it before without the steps for education. All we had was a penalty before, which I don't think ever works for anything. I mean, when we're raising our children, we just don't have penalties. We offer options for better behavior, and hopefully that's what happens here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Muse.
Have you seen the pictures of the seabirds that are posted on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife site that have been killed by balloons and strings?
Somewhere in all these papers, I have a picture or two of them, and they do get tangled up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It does happen.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I wonder if you think that the educational piece around this is to a point where it makes sense to have consequences.
Can you repeat that, please?
I wonder if you think that the awareness and educational piece of letting people know that this is, this is harmful to our environment. For example, we used to do this for people who had lost someone to overdose. We would do the black balloons and we would release that. My kids used to write notes on balloons and send them up to their dad, kind of thing. And of course, we stopped that because we realized, oh, this is not good for the environment. Now, of course, that wasn't 20 plus balloons. That was quite a few, but that it's been a long progression. So my question is, do you think that the education and awareness piece is at a point where it makes sense for us to say, yes, people really probably should know, and releasing that many is worth having a consequence?
I think any knowledge anybody has is helpful, and if they put it to good use, it's even better. And the penalty is just there for people who intentionally will release great big clusters of them. And I do realize it's hard to enforce something like this, very hard. However, there are balloons that are released with names of companies and such on them. I don't know if anybody wants to go far enough, if we try this and it doesn't work, if they want to go far enough so that when people buy a cluster of balloons, that they at least let the store or the shop, wherever they're buying them, know who they are so that they can be traced back. I don't want to go that far. Again, this is for people who intentionally let balloons go, and I don't think they mean anything bad. I think people just weren't thinking, and it's the same thing as disposing of cigarettes or papers or anything like that we've had. Educate the people, get them to know what's going on and what can happen, and have people realize that these are realistic things, not just these extreme pictures, one bird once. It's not like that. I worry about the fish that we eat. What on earth did that fish ingest before we caught it and ate it? I wonder, a lot of us wonder about what we're eating today and what the consequences are, what we're doing to our earth. And we all love New Hampshire and our natural resources. Let's do a little bit better to protect our wildlife and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. Sometimes when it is fun to watch balloons go up in the air. Just recently, there was an article on the news about the percentage of people with Alzheimer's that had microplastics in their brain. And are you aware of that? And you just think of all these things in the environment. They all come home to roost at some point.
Thank you very much for your comments and for sharing that knowledge. Yes, I was aware of that. And for all we've been through in recent years regarding PFAS and such, we know that every one of us has something in us. Just do the best we can to live as healthily as we can. And let's just add one more little feature to safety. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for bringing us the bill.
Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Chairman, it's the only time I've ever sponsored a bill that's not bipartisan. The only time I've ever sponsored a bill that doesn't have a geographic spread of people around the state, and it's just because of my situation I wasn't able to do that this year. But we do know from past history that the last bill that didn't even come and educate people had that kind of sponsorship. Thank you very much.
You could ask if you want folks to look at them, but we don't have to have them. Seeing no one, I hereby close the public hearing. We will reconvene at 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. It is 1 o'clock. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Representative Mooney. Shh. I'm going to open the public hearing for House Bill 466 and welcome the sponsor to introduce his bill.
Thank you. For the record, Representative Roy, Rockingham 32. I am here to introduce House Bill 466 relative to refusal of consent to testing to determine alcohol concentration penalties for aggravated driving while intoxicated. Here's the situation. New Hampshire is the worst, or if not the worst, almost the worst state in the entire country for refusals to take breathalyzer tests. The reason being the penalty for not taking it is the same as taking it, so why take it? If we can get people to take these tests, we can get data, we can get people into programs, we can get them help. If they don't, we can't. And so we're spinning our wheels and our OUIs are getting worse and people are getting killed. We need to stiffen these penalties to incentivize people to take the test. Otherwise, we're just, like I said, we're spinning our wheels. The member of the state police behind me is going to testify and he's going to give you some hard data. Everything I'll tell you is just anecdotal after meeting with them and their request for this bill. I feel that it's urgent that we take this action. We do not want to be last in the country for this. There's plenty of things we would like to be, but this isn't it. So I'd be willing to take any questions on this, but I would defer to the trooper behind me to get the hard data.
Thank you very much. Representative Muse has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the text for this bill the same as SB 418 that we considered last year?
I don't know because I didn't sponsor that and I don't really recall. It could be. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Muse, I do remember that bill the day that we heard it. It's probably similar, but I don't know that it is actually the same. Right. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. McFarland? Absolutely. When you have a seat, if you could just introduce yourself so we could have that for the record.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lieutenant Chris Storm. I am from the New Hampshire Office of Highway Safety with the Division of State Police.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan McFarland. I'm the administrator for the New Hampshire Department of Safety Bureau of Hearings.
So the New Hampshire State Police, we highly endorse HB 466, which we seek to increase the penalties for license loss resulting from the refusal to take post-arrest tests. This measure is crucial to our efforts in reducing DWI incidents and to keep the most at-risk drivers off our roads in New Hampshire. Currently, as you heard Chairman Roy say, we have one of the highest refusal rates in the entire country. This undermines our ability to combat impaired driving out on our roadways. And right now, we have approximately 70% of all of our fatal crashes are a result of impaired driving. This highlights the urgent need to stricter consequences for those who refuse to cooperate with law enforcement when it comes to driving while intoxicated. By implementing this, the increase of license loss penalties will deter individuals from refusing tests and promote safer driving environments for all residents and visitors to our state. And I'll let Attorney McFarland kind of speak to the hearing side of that.
Good afternoon. We're really attacking the refusal rate here in New Hampshire. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has issued reports nationwide. And nationwide, the refusal rate, and I put this in my written testimony, it's usually around the 25% range. In New Hampshire, in the past 3 years, it's in the written testimony, it's always been around. In 2022, it was 70%. 2023, the refusal rate was 68%, and in 2024, the refusal rate was 69%. So this bill would it's going to help lower or attack the high refusal rate in 4 different avenues. It will increase the administrative license suspensions for those who refuse. So in the first instance of a refusal, it will increase it from a 6-month suspension to a 1-year suspension. As is currently indicated, the current is with a 6-month suspension for a first offense, whether it's a refusal or a test over. So this will increase it for a refusal. In a second or subsequent refusal, or where an individual has a prior DWI on their record, it will increase it from a 2-year revocation to a 3-year revocation. So that's the first part of the bill that will attack that. Now, the bill also will add out-of-state, either DWI convictions or out-of-state refusals. Currently, the statute does not address any out-of-state DWI convictions. So an individual can have an out-of-state DWI conviction in another state, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont. They have a New Hampshire driver's license. They refuse the test here in New Hampshire, and it's treated as a first offense, first refusal, and a 6-month suspension. So this will add language to include an out-of-state DWI and an out-of-state refusal when calculating whether a person has a subsequent refusal on their record. The bill then goes on to also try to increase individuals' awareness and ability to get into counseling once they plead. Anyone who pleads guilty or is found guilty of a DWI must complete what's called the Impaired Driver Care Management Program, which is counseling associated with a DWI conviction. This bill allows a 6-month reduction of that administrative suspension if they plead guilty to the DWI and undergo that treatment. So, that 12-month refusal will then be dropped down to a 6-month refusal if they plead guilty to the DWI and go through the counseling necessary. And the 3-year will go down to 2.5 years. So this bill allows for that reduction as well to somebody who pleads to DWI or is found guilty of a DWI. Then the last one also to try to make things fair in the process, also amends the aggravated DWI. Currently, right now, an aggravated DWI, an individual who tests over twice the legal limit, which is a 0.16, would be an aggravated DWI. That's an individual who's done what we've asked them to do. They've submitted to the requested test. Now they're more than double the legal limit. They're a 0.16 or greater. They can be charged with aggravated DWI. And the way that the current statute is, there's a mandatory jail sentence that goes along with that. So this amendment to would allow that sentence, to jail sentence, to be suspended by the court at the discretion of the prosecutor, the police officer, and also the court, to amend that to allow to try to give some incentive to individuals who have taken the test not to be unduly burdened by a required jail sentence, because these are individuals who are doing what we've asked them to do and submit to the testing as part of that. So those are the 4 points of the bill that I think are very important to address in kind, and I'm willing to take any questions anybody may have.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify on the last point you just mentioned. So if someone currently without a prior conviction gets arrested for double the amount, they have the mandatory sentence, and so this would remove the mandatory sentence part, or is it if they had a prior interaction as well? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. So if you have a prior DWI, the sentence will, whether you take the test or don't take the test, if you have convicted of a subsequent offense, there is a jail time that is associated with that. What we're saying is if you are a first-time offender, you take the test and you blow over the 0.16. Right now, it is a mandatory jail sentence. We're saying that jail sentence can be suspended. It still can be imposed for the most egregious situations, but it can be suspended so that there is more incentive to actually take the test and cooperate so that we actually can get those convictions and get those individuals off the roadway.
Okay.
Just because you cooperated doesn't mean you should go to jail.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can I ask a follow-up? I was just curious if you could share with us any other, obviously not a whole in-depth thing, but any broad thing you might be able to share about what other avenues are being explored to deal with this problem. I know that last year we increased the fine for over-serving people if you're in a bar or restaurant. I'm just curious what else is being explored, because obviously this is a massive problem, and yeah.
We've looked at, and I can speak to what we've looked at as a Traffic Safety Commission. We've looked at this through the Office of Highway Safety, the Department of Safety. I know the Chiefs of Police. We've all looked at this in different avenues. There are many different things that we've looked at. To get into specifics, there are no real specifics, and nationally we're kind of the same problem. The problem that we're seeing in New Hampshire, though, is that refusal rate seems to be our biggest hurdle to get over to try to stop some of this and stop some of the recidivism of this, because it's basically, hey, if I refuse to take the test, this is going to get pled down, or they're not going to have the evidence, or they're not going to have any, and these people are getting right back on the roadways driving, and then we're having the same problems over and over again. So that's what we're seeing, and this is what we're trying to fix. As far as other avenues or other ways, there hasn't been really any other suggestions or anything like that, other than fixing this refusal problem first, and then we can build upon that later on.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Ms. Morrell?
Hit the button on the bottom there.
Sorry. All right. I apologize. First time, which is why I didn't have enough copies. I do apologize. Thank you all for your time. My name is Alexandria Morrell. I am the Traffic Safety Resource Prosecutor at the Department of Justice. I'm here as a representative of the Attorney General in support of House Bill 466. The amendment on page 1, line 14 through 19, allows the DMV to review equivalent prior out-of-state refusals to determine if the refusal that occurs in New Hampshire is truly a first-time or a subsequent violation. As of 2019, all states in the United States have implied consent laws, which stipulate that a driver must consent to being tested, having their blood tested, if they are suspected of being an impaired driver. New Hampshire is a member of the Driver Compact. What that means is that the states that are a part of this compact exchange information concerning license suspensions and traffic violations. So not parking tickets, but major motor vehicle offenses. The theme is one driver, one license, one record. More importantly with this theme is that the language in other statutes already takes into account if you have convictions in other jurisdictions that are similar. As noted, the DWI subsequent offense and driving after revocation or suspension if it was for a DUI. So that makes sense to have this amendment that recognizes those out-of-state convictions for the refusal law. Under the current law, there is only a 180-day suspension for your first refusal. For subsequent refusals, the license suspension can be up to 2 years. The amendments seek to increase the administrative license suspension from 180 days to 1 year, so 6 months to a year, and then up to 3 years for subsequent refusals. These enhanced penalties are necessary to prevent drivers from trying to skirt the intended purposes of our criminal laws. Savvy and unfortunately most often repeat offenders hope to receive a minor administration license suspension for their criminal behavior that is dangerous to our society. And those criminal behavior, the statutes we have created, are what are appropriate for the crime that they have committed. Thus, the issue is penalties for refusal are less severe than criminal penalties for failing the test, and therefore we must enact these amendments. If a driver feels that they're over the limit, the current suspension system incentivizes refusals. Prior to becoming the Traffic Safety Resource Prosecutor, I was a public defender for 10 years, 5 years first in New York and then 5 years in New Hampshire. When I was assigned a DWI case, I knew immediately if there was a refusal, the case was likely going to resolve in a plea deal or a trial that I could win. Without a test, prosecutors generally are unable to seek justice and obtain a conviction. Part of this problem is CSI. Jurors want to see scientific evidence on every case, even though legally that's not required. In my experience, personally, as a public defender, people who had already been arrested would often refuse. That is because during their subsequent investigation, they knew if they didn't have the evidence, they'd likely get a plea deal to what's called a non-true DWI first. This is a legal sentence, unfortunately, where there's an enhancement of 1 year loss of license, but 6 months can be suspended if they engage in treatment and pay all their fines. This obviously shows close to the 180 days. So whether you refuse or if you have the ALS, you're only receiving that 6 months license suspension if there's no evidence. Compare that to an aggravated DWI, as mentioned earlier, is if you blow over a 0.16 BAC, or even if you have a subsequent DWI offense, then you would have longer suspensions and also more conditions. So by enabling somebody to do just the ALS and either get a dismissal or a reduction, they're avoiding the criminal penalties that are associated with license suspensions. For those who oppose House Bill 466, they may argue that the amendments are punitive in nature, but you need to read the entire bill as a whole. The amendments actually create equity. DWI-related fatalities and offenses are a serious concern in New Hampshire. You are more likely to die from a motor vehicle accident than from a homicide. In 2022, we had 204 drivers involved in fatal accidents. Of those 204 drivers involved, only 71% were willing to give a BAC test. 18% of those drivers who were tested had a BAC higher than 0.15. That's almost double the legal limit of 0.08, which that means that individual could be charged with that aggravated DWI, which has those enhanced penalties, longer suspension, mandatory jail time. And that's even if they are the first offender, which I believe that was one of the questions earlier. So if you blow 0.16, 0.17, first time you're ever interacting with the police, your charge is the aggravated DWI. And as I mentioned, there's a mandatory jail time of 5 days currently. With the proposed amendment, that would allow the judge to may suspend versus right now, there is no discretion for the judge. And so that's drawing your attention to page 2, line 9 through 18. And so this amendment seeks to focus on treatment and not just punishment. When you remove the mandatory jail time, people are incentivized to take the test. As mentioned earlier by Attorney McFarland, since 2013, all drivers convicted of a DWI offense in New Hampshire are required to go to an impaired driver care management program. This allows them to be screened. There's an evaluation to determine if there is a substance use disorder and participate in treatment, education, or recovery support services if needed. So a high BAC, that 0.16, 0.17, I've seen some as high as unfortunately 0.30, can indicate a high need for treatment. For each individual case, the results can determine the appropriate rehabilitative options. So in conclusion, the amendments outlined in House Bill 466 combat refusals to decrease DWI-related fatalities, properly identify and sentence drivers who put everyone at risk, and 3, provide evidence for proper treatment. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Representative Muse?
Thank you for taking my question. What happens when somebody actually refuses a test? So you still have a case you have to prove. How do you prove that case against the person?
So the only way to prove that would be either officer observations, if there were any videos in the booking room. So it's more looking at how somebody was interacting with the police, if there's cruiser cam, seeing their actual driving behavior. But without a test result, I can personally say every single DWI trial or litigation I had, I won because there were no breath results or blood.
Follow up? With the Department of Safety and many law enforcement agencies in New Hampshire now equipping their officers with body cams and car cams, has that changed? Has it gotten any easier to prove these cases?
To some degree with body cam, but I think like the odor of alcohol, you can't sense that by watching a video. Not all police departments have body cams right now. Unfortunately, as we are aware, both state and federally, there might be funding issues upcoming. So this law covers all of New Hampshire, so we have to think about those jurisdictions and those departments that can't afford dash cam or body cam. Cameras do help, especially in booking rooms. That's one reason that almost all booking rooms do have videos, because there's a waiting period, so you can kind of see how somebody is interacting, what their body movement is for the 20-minute period. But overall, the videos aren't enough.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
We have one more person who wants to testify. Do you want to wait? Okay.
It's a response to Representative Muse. Also, you have to keep in mind that some people, when they get to trial, they're going to claim they have previously existing injuries. I have a bad back. So you can see a video of a booking tape of somebody stumbling, but without actually being there, the evidence isn't that strong because they had previous medical conditions and things of this nature that they claim.
Thank you. Mr. Abayuhov?
My name is Yaakov Abuhav, and I oppose this bill. I think often we look at this issue in the wrong eyes. The Constitution, both of New Hampshire and the United States, provides people to not have to testify against themselves, and by making people submit to tests under blackmail of the idea that they would suspend their license for potentially up to a year, it gives a lot of force to a police officer who can stop someone and then just say, "Oh, I smell alcohol," and that would kick off the process with no real evidence for them to potentially, and a lot of people get convicted for DUIs when there was no good evidence to it. And this type of punishment really goes against the spirit of the Constitution and constitutional rights in general. The DMV suspend his license often for reasons that have nothing related to driver license, to driving violations in the first place. And it's just although the law views driving as a privilege, it's hard to imagine living in today's age, especially if you live in a small rural area where you have to drive to work and everything is a driving distance. It's a huge burden, and it shifts the burden of innocence onto people when there are no evidence at that point to the contrary. So if somebody gets stopped, now they need to prove that they're not driving under the influence by giving blood to the government. I think it is very unfairly shifts the burden to people to prove that they are not drunk, rather letting the government, the prosecution, to prove that somebody was actually under their influence.
Thank you. Is there anybody else with us wishing to testify on House Bill 466 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and we will be in recess until 1:45. Welcome back, everybody. I am going to open the public hearing for House Bill 482 and welcome the sponsor to introduce.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, Representative Roy, Rockingham 32. I'm here today introducing House Bill 482 on behalf of the Department of Public Safety at their request. This bill would increase the penalty for driving over 100 miles per hour. In the last 6 years in New Hampshire, based on statistics gleaned from air enforcement, the number of people who have been caught or apprehended going over 100 miles an hour has increased 230%. So the number of fatalities are way, way up. These accidents are horrific when you start getting at this speed. You start talking about a head-on collision at that, and you're getting into mathematics that compounds when you're talking about two vehicles colliding at speed, weighing so many tons. We also have these new electric vehicles that are very fast. They're really neat, but they're also very, very heavy because of the batteries. The car is the weight of the car is mostly batteries. And as you know, an object in motion tends to stay in motion until acted upon by an object going equal or opposite speed. So when it hits something going that fast, it is going to be destructive beyond belief. So the people behind me are going to be able to, again, to put some statistics to this to tell you why this is necessary. Cars are going much faster, and unfortunately people are dying. And I think we need to bring this to the public's attention that this is a very serious issue. And I'd be willing to take questions, but as I said, the folks behind me are the experts and we'll have the numbers.
Thank you for taking me back to my 7th grade science class with Mr. Goodnack on inertia. Y'all think I'm kidding, and I'm not. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here that wishes to testify on House Bill 482 that has not turned in a card? Oh, look at that. Ask and you shall receive. Major Lambert. Are they want to go together? Lieutenant Storm, did you guys want to go together? Yep. Mr. Lambert and I are old friends over a speed limit sign, as a matter of fact. Oh. By the way, I didn't get what I wanted, so.
You can go sit back. Good afternoon again. I'm Lieutenant Chris Storm. I am the liaison to the Office of Highway Safety for the Division of State Police. And we are here to talk about the increase in speeds over 100 miles an hour on our roadways. Today, the New Hampshire State Police and the Department of Safety wholeheartedly support HB 482, which we seek to increase penalties for individuals who drive in exceeding 100 miles an hour. As these traffic speeds on our roadways continue to escalate, the New Hampshire State Police has reported a concerning rise in incidents of excessive speeding. This trend necessitates the implementation of a more stringent penalties to hold the most dangerous drivers accountable for their actions. Over the past few years, we have witnessed a steady increase in these alarming speeds, and it is imperative that we take decisive action to ensure the safety of all of New Hampshire roadway users. By endorsing House Bill 482, we can work together to create safer driving environment and deterring reckless behavior on our highways. As Representative Roy just said, I actually have the pleasure and honor of commanding our aircraft unit as well. And I can tell you right now, we're seeing it every single day out here on our roadways, and it is scary. Before, many years ago, we would see, hey, a couple of times we'd see people going 100, 101 on various, very limited. It was kind of a big deal to get somebody that was traveling over 100 miles an hour. We're getting 2, 3 every time our airplane goes out and flies on all of our major interstates. And it's very, very scary. Our numbers are soaring as far as reckless driving goes for people that are actually being apprehended for driving over 100 miles an hour just in the state police. And I can't imagine some of the other towns or some of the other surface streets that are having people that are traveling in excess of 100 miles an hour. So what we found is that we need to do something to stymie this from happening, because oftentimes people will go into court, they'll get the regular reckless driving charge or have it reduced to 99 miles an hour, and they'll just get simply a fine, and that's it. We have to start holding this accountable, because we are seeing our crashes. The speeds are increasing on these crashes that we're going, and Mr. Lambert's going to talk about the fact that our roadways are not built for this. So turn right over to Bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Lambert. I'm the New Hampshire DOT Highway Safety Active Transportation Administrator. In our previous conversation, I was the state traffic engineer responsible for speed limits. The Department of Transportation's officially neutral on this bill, although we support anything that we can do to bring speeds down, because we agree that the crashes and the severity of the crashes are certainly out of control at this point in time. We're seeing, my program is responsible for reducing fatal and serious injury crashes, and we're seeing those numbers where they would like to go down towards zero. They're at best leveling off, and in some cases they're increasing. I provided written testimony. I was coached by the current deputy speaker in the years past. I don't need to read that testimony, but I do want to summarize some key points for you folks. One would be the concept of design speed. When we're designing and building highways, we generally use a design speed as a basis for our design, and that speed is usually the posted speed limit plus a little bit for a factor of safety. And that sets the minimum criteria for what we design highways for. And if that's the minimum criteria, what we're finding is decades of using that design speed to design and build highways, people are safe at the design speed, but they're comfortable going much higher than that. So now we're talking more in terms of target speed. So having a maximum speed that we design for, and it would be uncomfortable to go higher than that. We're a long way from changing our highways to be self-enforcing in that manner. It's going to take years before we get to that point. But the design speed, for instance, in horizontal alignment, that would determine the minimum horizontal curve and super elevation combination that would keep a vehicle on the road on the outside of a curve. And if that's based on the design speed and people are doing twice that design speed, the physics just don't work. I mean, they're likely to go off the outside. The other things like intersections and passing that are in here, I'll let you read, but one of the other things that's pretty significant, and based on our experience this summer, is things like roadside clearance. We tend to have a risk management analysis as far as when we'll put guide rail up. And that's either for a fixed object or for divided highways for the opposite barrel. And in October, as you all know, last year, 3 straight Wednesdays, we saw somebody cross the median of 95 and hit somebody in the other barrel. Those highways are designed to be safe for that distance. You don't need to put barrier there, but we're finding when people are traveling a lot faster than that risk management assessment, they get to the other side. And when they get to the other side, really bad things happen. So it's important to know that the consequences of how we design highways and why, and what happens when people exceed our assumptions when they're traveling on the highway. And I guess with that, we'll take any questions.
Representative Newell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm just looking at the language and I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting it clear. And so what it says is that a violation and fine not less than $750 plus penalty assessment for first offense. And then that goes up to $1,000 for the second offense. But then it goes on to say his or her license or operating privilege shall be revoked for a period of 90 days for the first offense. So I'm trying to just group exactly what it is for the first offense and for subsequent offenses. So a violation, $750 fine and revoked for 90 days on the first offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the same except for $1,000, and it could be up to a year for the second offense.
That is correct, and we'll leave that to the court's discretion, depending on how egregious it is, or obviously the length of time. So we'll leave that to the court's discretion to be able to make that determination. And the whole point of that, so you know, is the fact that a regular reckless operation is just a 60-day loss of license with a $500 fine. So this is something that we already have. Traveling over 100 miles an hour is already reckless operation, but that penalty needs to be stiffer for people that are going that fast. We're just seeing it so much that we have to do something to stop this.
Okay, thank you. And can I just quick follow up? I just, the only thing I I agree. But my question is, you know, from the second one, it says 90 days up to a year for the second offense. And I would think that we would want to make sure that it was more than 90 days for the second offense if you've already.
Again, we did that for a couple different reasons. One of which is depending on how long a time that's been between offenses. If
Gotcha.
there's no
Yeah.
there's no limitation when they look back at that, right? So you could have been 16 years old and now you're 55 years old. Is that really fair?
Right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Representative Lascelles?
Thank you for taking my question. I'm all for this. I'm old enough to remember Volkswagens had 40 horsepower. 40 horsepower. When I was growing up in the 60s, if you had a car that had more than 300 horsepower, that was a supercar. I mean, it was high powered. Today, you watch auctions and they have 700, 800, 1,000 horsepower. Now, who the heck needs that kind of car?
Representative Lascelles,
Yes, I'm getting to my question.
please do.
My question is, couldn't we have some way when people register a car that once they go over a certain amount of horsepower, that they have to pay extra for that registration and put it into enforcement? Maybe we have a plane over every single highway, all right? That there's no sense in having cars that go.
Representative,
Yeah.
what
Okay, I'm done.
what was there a question?
Yes, the question
was
is, couldn't we use registrations to increase the amount of enforcement that we have?
I believe that would probably be a question for Director Marasco of the Department of Motor Vehicles. I probably couldn't make any assumption on that.
Thank you. I can't imagine having to punish somebody to register the car that hasn't done anything. And Meekum, by the way, is the auction that is fabulous. Representative Muse?
I do have a question, and I'm just curious if there are other tools in the toolbox aside from increasing penalties. So other strategies that the DOT and the Department of Safety may be pursuing to get a handle on this problem, because I think one of the things that we've seen is that increasing penalties doesn't necessarily lead to the kind of behavior change a lot of times that we would like it to.
I would say other than some infrastructure changes, or which are obviously a tremendous amount of money, the education piece we've tried. We are using every avenue that we can to get this out there. We are constantly trying to post on our social media stuff through the Office of Highway Safety, the State Police, the Department of Safety. We are also working in conjunction with the Department of Transportation to constantly get this message out there. We are trying to get this stuff out as far as we can get to every time that we have a significant event like that where someone's traveling in an excessive amount, that we try to get it out to the media so that we have a lot of coverage on this to say we are not okay with this as a state. And we have lots of comments and lots of other things that are just asking us what we're doing to try to do this. And this is the best avenue right now that we can think of to do this.
Can I follow up? So Lieutenant Storm and I and our colleagues have been working for a long time trying to how to address it. How do we change the behavior? As Representative Lachelle said, we've got vehicles that are doing 100 miles an hour. Plus, we've got people that choose to do more than 100 miles an hour. So somehow we have to change those two things. When we were little kids, we learned that slow and steady wins the race, right? We watch Bugs Bunny. He always loses to the tortoise. We've been promoting the slow and steady. It's not a race. I'm happy to pass these around. We've got some billboards. We've got some other outreach. We've been sending our Driving Towards Zero folks to schools all across the state to try to get to the younger drivers, to get them convinced. It's like seatbelts. When I started putting my kids in the car and having them wear seatbelts, they reminded my whole family that they had to put seatbelts on. So if we can get the younger drivers conditioned to think that slow and steady is the safer way to go, I mean, we're doing as much as we can. This is one more tool in the toolbox that I think we're trying to achieve.
Have we ever seriously in this state looked into things like speed cams? I know from my own personal experience, having been flagged one time for going 55 through a 35-mile-an-hour zone in Washington, D.C. and getting a surprise in the mail that cost me over $200. One thing I know is I never went over 35 miles an hour again on that stretch of highway. It seems pretty effective.
I think I can take that. So there's a lot of activity on, it used to be automated enforcement, and now the federal government's calling it speed safety cameras. It's just a term, it's words. Sometimes words matter. We recognize in the state of New Hampshire, the only state that doesn't have a seatbelt law of any for adults, that's a long uphill climb. So while the DOT is interested in it, we would try to pursue it more for specific purposes because of the challenges with A, the automated enforcement, and B, the use of personal identification information. We'd be interested primarily in work zones because that's where our people are exposed to traffic, whether it's the uniformed officers, tow truck drivers, or DOT personnel. But we're a long way from there. It's on the radar, but it's not very close on the radar.
Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Could you just clarify the language where it says not less than 75 plus penalty assessment? Is that assessment for the crime of reckless driving, or they go together, or what does that mean?
I'm sorry, I don't.
It's on line 15. And it just says
I may
plus
have a different-
penalty assessment. What is that? Is there a fine for reckless
So the penalty
driving and
assessment is set by the legislature. So I think whatever the penalty assessment is what it's going to be. So we're not asking for anything in the bill that would have a specific penalty assessment other than what is already legislatively appropriate.
No, but I mean, is the penalty assessment currently for, follow-up? For the penalty assessment, there is a current penalty assessment for reckless driving?
Yes, on all fines there is that.
Okay, then that assessment is included
additional.
in this?
It's additional to the
It's addition-
750. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. And the same
Sorry.
thing for the 1,000?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Is there anybody else with us wishing to testify on House Bill 482 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we will be in recess for about 10 minutes. Our next hearing is at 2:15. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 2:15, and I do need to open up the hearing for House Bill 776, but it appears our sponsor may have inadvertently gone across the street. So I'm just going to recess for a moment. If you could just all give me a moment to make a phone call and see if he is still on campus. So I'm opening the hearing for House Bill 776, and we will just be in a few minute recess. Thank you, everybody. Okay, everybody. We are going to have Representative Muse is going to be kind enough to introduce the bill, and we will have our experts that are here to talk about the bill. And then if we need to, I'll just recess it when Representative Roy is back. We can take it up again if we need to. So with that, I am reopening the hearing for House Bill 776, and Representative Muse, the floor is yours.
My name is Representative David Muse. I represent Portsmouth, Newington, and Newcastle, and I'm introducing this bill in lieu of the sponsor, Representative Terry Roy. If you do have any questions on the bill, I would urge you to ask some of the folks who are going to be testifying after me, who can speak to the need for the bill better than I can. But what I would like to say is that living in Portsmouth and living close to I-95, we have seen numerous incidents over the years of people driving the wrong way down 95 and getting themselves and other people killed. I'm not 100% sure that anything that we do from a legal perspective could help, but hopefully there are some things we can do to discourage people from this kind of behavior. And I'm looking forward to hearing the other testimony.
Thank you very much, Representative. We appreciate the professional courtesy. Lieutenant Storm and Mr. Lambert, did you guys want to tag team this? Again, you're welcome to if you choose to.
Good afternoon again. Again, I am Lieutenant Chris Storm, the Office of Highway Safety Liaison for the Division of State Police.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thanks for having us. Bill Lambert, New Hampshire DOT Highway Safety Active Transportation Administrator.
So I'll just read you what I had prepared today. We strongly support HB 776, which aims to add wrong-way driving to the list of aggravated DWI offenses. In New Hampshire, in recent years, we have witnessed a significant increase in wrong-way driving incidents, with reports averaging nearly 1 occurrence per day on our roadways here in New Hampshire. Many of these drivers are often found to be impaired by drugs or alcohol, posing severe risks to themselves and others. By elevating the penalties for traveling the wrong way in violation of 265-26, which is our divided ways statute, while impaired by alcohol or drugs, adding this to aggravated DWI, we can address an extremely dangerous behavior that frequently results in fatal consequences. New Hampshire's had several tragic cases, to include those of the crash victim Lizzie Croak of Merrimack on the Everett Turnpike, killed by a wrong-way driver, Just recently, the Endicott Police Sergeant Jeremy Cole, on his way home from work, was killed by a wrong-way driver that started here in New Hampshire. And then just the other day, as many of you saw probably on the news, a wrong-way driver traveled over 12 miles, striking 2 different vehicles while impaired by alcohol. This underscores the urgent need for stricter enforcement and stricter penalties. These examples highlight the necessity of holding reckless, preventable actions to a much higher standard, ultimately aiming to enhance the safety of our roads for everybody here in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. So the DOT is certainly partnering with our highway safety officials, and wrong-way driving has been on our radar for a very long time. And until recently, the crash numbers didn't necessarily warrant specific action, and we considered some countermeasures for years, what we would do to correct wrong-way driving. Recently, as Lieutenant Storm has indicated, that the crash numbers have gone up. Crash severity is always harsh. So we've established a work group between the 2 agencies, and including some of our local law enforcement partners, to come up with a comprehensive wrong-way action plan. Going to Representative Muse's point, it's not just looking at the penalty phase of it. We're looking at doing a network screen of our entire highway network to identify the high-risk locations, coming up with a hierarchy of countermeasures that we would use based on the risk factors, and then implementing that. I know our neighbors to the south fairly recently tried a pilot project where they added some pretty significant technology to 10 pilot locations, where they don't just detect the wrong way driver and send him flashing lights when he makes the wrong turn, she, but they confirm a lot of the drivers that go the wrong way at an intersection will self-correct. So they have second set of detection further up the ramp to confirm that they're still going the wrong way. And then that starts alerting the law enforcement personnel and others that they may be a wrong way driver on the road. And then there's a third set of detection that confirms that they're actually on the highway going the wrong way. And what Massachusetts does is that sends alerts to the law enforcement personnel. It may send messages to their message boards to let the public know, and other measures like that. So that's part of what we're working toward. But we also want to make sure that drivers are aware that there's a significant penalty for going the wrong way and making those kinds of decisions that end up in serious injury or fatalities.
Representative Knoll?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't know if you said it, so I just want to revisit if you did, and I apologize if I didn't hear it. What percentage of wrong-way drivers are found to be intoxicated?
That's a great question, Representative. And I would say I don't have the exact number for you right now. I can get that for you. But it is a majority of those wrong-way drivers are actually impaired.
Right. Thank you.
If I could just have a quick follow-up to her question. When you say impaired, not necessarily alcohol, but just substance impaired.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's both drugs and alcohol.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Representative Muse?
I did have a quick question about the statute, the divided highway statute. It's not a wrong way driving statute, it's a divided highway. So if I'm correct in interpreting it, somebody who actually is on a, let's say, on a highway with, let's say, a stripe in the middle, kind of dividing both sides of the highway, who veers over onto the other side of the highway, they could also be prosecuted under this?
No, Representative. So I'll give you a prime example in your district. So if you looked at like the Route 1 bypass, for instance, so it is actually divided under 265-26
So
with
physically
a
divided
physical
highway.
barrier.
I got
Correct.
you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else with us that wishes to testify on House Bill 776 that has not turned in a pink card? Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to recess this hearing, and as a courtesy, if our chairman just wants to reopen it when we meet next Friday, then he would have that option if there's anything that he needs to add, but I'm pretty sure that we heard everything we need. I just think that's the right thing to do. Okay, so with that is in recess. And we are cranking right along here, friends. We actually are in recess until 3 p.m. Our next bill is House Bill 473. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a lot of paperwork everywhere. Okay. We are going to open the public hearing for House Bill 473. And I welcome Representative Nelson to introduce her legislation. Representative Rice, you guys want to tag team this? Okay. If you could just obviously make sure you both introduce yourselves, and it's all you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jody Nelson, representing Derry.
And I'm Kim Rice, representing Hudson and Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, members of the committee, for your time this afternoon. I know you've had a long day so far. Introducing you to HB 473, which would be criminalizing multiple forms of exposing children to controlled substances and allowing law enforcement to take a child into protected custody for screening and testing in an instance of suspected or actual criminal exposure to controlled substances. This is amending RSA 639-A:1 that presently pertains only to methamphetamine exposure, to add exposure to controlled substances except those possessed pursuant to a valid prescription as defined by RSA 318-B:1. Oh my gosh, I forget my Roman numerals anyway. I'm going to just say XXVII. So there you go. Into the human body. And to give you a little bit of a background as to how the idea to amend this bill came about. I've been working with the Legislative Youth Advisory Council for the past couple of years, and I received a phone call over the summer from one of our members, Tess Sumner, and she wanted to talk to me about amending this RSA, and she, along with Chief Suckling from Alexandria, convinced me we needed to do so. And I wanted to highlight for whomever is listening at home, especially if you're a young person, that no matter what age you are, you can affect positive change, and your efforts do make a difference. I wanted to give you a bit of history about 639-A:1 for those who weren't in the legislature at the time this law was created, and I wasn't either, and it was interesting to research it. Our current law pertains only to methamphetamine exposure, and this came about as a result of the methamphetamine crisis in the early 2000s. The Federal Drug Endangered Children movement began then to respond to the growing phenomenon of finding children living among the squalor of meth labs located in homes and other areas where children were living and playing. And the children found in these situations were often severely harmed or neglected, and in many instances tested positive for drugs. And at that time, most states passed laws nearly identical to ours. Since that time, many states have expanded their drug exposed and child endangerment laws, and we need to do so also. During the past 8 years, there have been 6 child deaths that have been confirmed from accidental drug exposure, and 3 of those had occurred in 2022 and 2023. 3 deaths occurred from fentanyl overdose, 1 death from fentanyl and cocaine combined overdose, and 1 death from a combination of methamphetamine and fentanyl overdose. Regarding children who have had serious medical incidents from illegal drug exposure, we are reminded quite frequently from the media of this crisis. 2 that I would like to note for you have occurred in the past few months. An 11-year-old and a 2-year-old. Both of them had to have first responders administer Narcan to them to save their lives. In speaking with Chief Suckling, and my police chief, Chief Fioli, and other local and state law enforcement folks, they're looking for help to help children they are seeing in situations that can cause immediate harm or death. They want to be able to facilitate immediate testing to a child they suspect, has ingested, inhaled, or absorbed through the skin a drug or drugs that can cause irreversible harm or death. Give us the tools we need to help these kids is what I'm constantly hearing from law enforcement. The real goal here is to enable the coordinated efforts of law enforcement, medical services, and child welfare services to ensure that drug-endangered children and their families receive appropriate attention and care. After me, you will hear testimony on what these officers are experiencing, boots on the ground around the state, with children exposed to all sorts of illegal drugs, and the real-life positive effects of what passing this bill will mean. Thanks for your time this afternoon, and I know you've had a long day again, and I'm going to keep it short here. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
So I'm also up here because we also put together an amendment we're hoping you will consider. We spoke to the speaker and he has approved of this. It is to extend the statute of limitations for child endangerment to 10 years.
So if I may, I'm looking at obviously the bill that you gave us, not the amendment.
No. Yeah.
So basically where you have, crossed off the methamphetamines related and added, you just basically changed out that word for controlled drugs or controlled substance.
Yes,
Right,
thank
okay.
you. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, I did. And I added as defined by that RSA in case there would ever be any changes, additions or deletions from that list in that RSA, that it would automatically, apply to this.
Okay, so basically we wouldn't have to go back and continuously change the law if the definition is changed to something else or added, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Representative Muse?
As I read this, this would include cannabis as well, correct?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. If you could just give them to Representative Newman, she'll pass them down for us. The Honorable Jerry Kirk.
Thank you. It's actually Knurk, a more complicated name. Sorry about that.
So the K is not silent?
Sorry?
The K is not silent?
Yeah, right. And so actually this is a great lead-in. Representative Muse led right into this. I am the chair of, for the record, Jerry Knurk. I am the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board and a retired surgeon. The Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, or TCMOB, is statutorily charged with the medical oversight of the New Hampshire Therapeutic Cannabis Program. It's composed of 10 medical providers from different specialties and a therapeutic cannabis patient, the medical director of a DHHS, and a clinical representative from an ATC. ATCs are the dispensaries. I must note that TCMOB did not examine this bill as we were unaware of it. However, my testimony is consistent with the therapeutic cannabis statute and the position of the department and of TCMOB regarding therapeutic cannabis patient protections. Basically, I'm a nerd. I was perusing the calendar. I saw this bill and I said, does that have any impact on cannabis? So I looked at it and I realized it did. The point is, this bill is well-intentioned, and I'm simply here to point out an oversight which can be remedied with an amendment. As written, it has unintended consequences which will impact patients and caregivers registered with the Therapeutic Cannabis Program. The bill refers to the state's Controlled Drug Act in RSA 318B, which includes cannabis or marijuana. The chapter does not have a general carve-out for therapeutic cannabis authorized under RSA 126X. So in cases like this, in which we are referring to 318 broadly, a specific exemption is needed for those registered patients and caregivers to not be unintentionally impacted. It is important, as Representative Muse pointed out, that cannabis is included because we know that kids are getting a hold of parents' cannabis, and that is not good. And that's why we really care about it in the therapeutic cannabis program. But the Department of Health and Human Services' position is that therapeutic cannabis should be treated the same as prescription medications. HB 473 includes the appropriate exception for someone to have a controlled substance if they have a prescription for it. However, The therapeutic cannabis program does not use a prescription for cannabis. And the reason for that is that cannabis is a Schedule I drug, and therefore it cannot be prescribed. That's the definition. A person becomes a qualifying patient when their provider certifies that they have a qualifying condition listed in statute, which allows them to possess and use therapeutic cannabis. Now, this exemption, so we need to put an exemption in for the therapeutic cannabis patients because they should be treated the same as if they had a prescription. But this exemption would also need to include caregivers, not just patients, in the therapeutic cannabis program. A caregiver is somebody who handles cannabis for a patient because of the patient's inability to do so. So, for example, let's say you have an elderly person who cannot drive, is using therapeutic cannabis for severe pain. And the caregiver is the one who drives to the ATC, because there's only 7 around the state, and they will drive there, pick it up for that patient, and bring it back. But they may actually have it in their house for a short time before they make the delivery to that patient. Likewise, minors are not allowed to handle their own cannabis in the program. The parent or the legal guardian is designated as a caregiver to handle their cannabis. So we wouldn't want the child taken away because the parent gave them the cannabis that they're supposed to be taking for their pediatric seizure disorder when they are supposed to be able to do that under RSA 126X. Now, the department supports the responsible use and storage of therapeutic cannabis products. Our rules require that cannabis is dispensed in child-resistant packaging, opaque and not attractive to kids. Their program encourages and provides education on safe storage and transport and use of cannabis if there are children in the home. ATCs sell lock boxes to keep it safe. And the DHHS has the authorization to revoke the registration of a patient who uses, quote, cannabis in a manner that puts others at risk of their health, safety, or welfare, or who has failed to take reasonable precautions to avoid putting others at such risk, end quote. Therefore, I would ask that an amendment be crafted to clarify that this chapter does not apply to patients or caregivers in the therapeutic cannabis program. That would not preclude it still applying to somebody who's using recreational cannabis, only if they are a registered patient or caregiver. This could be most easily achieved by adding a new Section 5. And I have this language is in the handout that I gave you of my testimony. That could state, this chapter shall not apply to the therapeutic use of cannabis as authorized by, it should say RSA 126X, my apologies. The wording would include, that wording would include then both the qualifying patients and caregivers. And Mike Holt, who is the Therapeutic Cannabis Program Administrator, and I will be happy to assist in crafting the amendment if you have any questions. Thank you. And do you have any questions for me at this point?
Sorry, I was trying to finish up my
okay.
note. Okay, so basically, I just want to make sure I understand, is regardless if it was therapeutic or just regular cannabis, a person having it that's not supposed to, in this situation would be a minor, is the same effect. So what you're saying is if they're supposed to have it, that's why you want the carve out.
Yes, I mean, basically it's the language that is currently in the bill very nicely carves out saying, hey, I got a prescription for, let's say, Percocet. And so the fact that I have it in my house and there's a kid in the house doesn't mean I'm abusing drugs because I got a prescription. But because cannabis is a Schedule I drug, you cannot have a prescription. Instead, you're a qualified patient. It's just a bit of a, kind of sticky thing that it's just the way the program has to work because it's a Schedule I drug. If it does get rescheduled to 3, which is being talked about, that would all change. But so this would just allow the same protections for a therapeutic cannabis program as a person who is using a controlled substance under prescription. Because again, this is all under the guidance of a provider. You don't get qualified just by saying I want it. Your provider qualifies you, saying you have a qualifying condition, and therefore you gain the protections of 126X. And so it is still under the direction of a provider.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Representative Paquette, do you have your hand up? No? Representative Muse?
Could you explain to me one more time, for those who don't get it in the back row, which include me, how DHHS and the therapeutic cannabis program, just the steps that are in place for somebody who does allow their cannabis to be used, let's say by kids, even their own kids?
Yes. I mean, first of all, important to understand there are only 6 minors who are qualified. We really try to avoid the use of cannabis in anybody under age 25 because of the developing brain, and there are distinct problems. However, it can be of help in some pediatric seizure disorders, which have failed standard therapy. It also, we did approve it a few years ago for autism spectrum disorder because we do not have great treatments for that, and it can be helpful in there. At least there's some modest evidence about that. So first of all, there are very few minors. And the point is, for those few minors, the parent or the legal guardian is their caregiver. They're the ones who hold it, keep it, and give it to the kid to use. The kid doesn't just go grab his gummy out of his thing. It's not allowed. But again, the bottom line is it's simply that cannabis is different because of being Schedule I, therefore it's not prescribed. So what's in here is the exception, which is smart and a good thing. It just simply doesn't work for the therapeutic cannabis patients. And I think that was just an oversight. Most people don't think about it. They think, well, they're a therapeutic cannabis patient. They must have a prescription for it. No, it doesn't work that way because of Schedule I. So just this other language would make it work. And it would, I should say, we have roughly about 15,000 patients, so there's not a huge number. The great majority are between ages 50 and 60. Pain is responsible for about 72% of the qualifying conditions. Patients are using it for pain. So, it's a lot of people our age, as all of us know, who have pain. But sometimes it can be intractable, and it's better than using opioids.
Representative Lascelles?
Thank you for taking my question. I take a number of prescriptions that have my name right on the label, as well as the prescription. If a person has therapeutic cannabis, how is that packaged?
Okay. It is in opaque, it's an opaque child-resistant packaging. It does have warning labels on it. The packaging, it is labeled. That's what makes the program strong, is that all therapeutic cannabis products are tested for contaminants and also for the cannabinoid profile, for the concentration, let's say, of THC, CBD, or other cannabinoids. And that is all labeled on there so that you know what it contains.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Is the name of the patient as well as the doctor or whoever decides that this person is eligible, is that also on the label?
I may have to turn to Mr. Holt. Is the name of the patient on the label? Yeah.
So if you could, you're welcome to join. Yes, just make sure you turn that in, and when you sit down, if you could just identify yourself so we have that, and our clerk doesn't not have your name.
I understand. Thank you. For the record, my name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program with the Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you for the question. To answer the specific question, all cannabis products are labeled. They are not labeled with the patient's name. They are labeled with the patient's registry identification number. They are not labeled with the certifying provider's name, but they are labeled with the Alternative Treatment Center, the dispensary's name and license number. These provisions are provisions established in law, designed, I believe, to protect patient and provider privacy with regard to their use of a controlled substance.
Thank you.
That was helpful information, actually. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. All right. Well, seeing none, thank you both very much.
Thank you. And do feel free to contact us to help with crafting, although I think if you put in the letters RSA, and if you put in RSA,
I would recommend that you talked to most likely the sponsors, unless somebody else here. one of the things that I always say at the end of hearings, if you hear anything about an amendment, I would suggest reaching out to the sponsors or somebody else, because I know that I certainly don't have time to do them. So, all right, who else we got up here? Summer. Ms. Summer?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tess Sumner. I'm a senior at Newfound Regional High School. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, for letting me speak. I started this bill as my senior project. I am an advocate for child welfare, and I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council, where I met Representative Nelson. But more importantly, I am here today as someone who has witnessed firsthand the devastating consequences of substance abuse on children and families. Through my senior project, I have spent months researching the impact of opioid and methamphetamine abuse on children and our legal system's response. That research, along with my personal experiences, has led me to testify in support of House Bill 473, a necessary step in protecting our state's most vulnerable residents, our children. Substance abuse, particularly fentanyl and other illicit opioids, is devastating families across New Hampshire. In 2022 alone, our state saw 486 confirmed drug overdose deaths. 410 of them, or 85% of those, involved fentanyl. Yet our current laws do not reflect the reality of this crisis. NHRSA 639A-2 criminalizes methamphetamine production and possession around children, but it fails to include fentanyl and other dangerous opioids, despite their overwhelming presence in overdose fatalities. This gap in the law puts children at unnecessary risk. We do not have to look far to see the tragic consequences of this oversight. As you will hear after me and now, in August 2023, a toddler in Londonderry died from fentanyl exposure. In September 2024, a 9-month-old in Claremont overdosed and required Narcan. The following month, another 9-month-old in Charlestown overdosed after being exposed to drugs dropped on the floor. These are not isolated incidents. They are painful reminders that our current protections are not enough. Children are uniquely vulnerable to opioid exposure. Even small amounts, whether ingested, inhaled, or absorbed from residue, can cause fatal overdoses. Specifically for fentanyl, my research showed that the tip of pencil lead, so that small little tip, that amount of fentanyl can kill a child. Beyond physical harm, children living in environments of substance abuse experience severe neglect, instability, and trauma. When parents are under the influence, supervision and care suffer, leaving children in dangerous situations. House Bill 473 proposes a simple but critical amendment, expanding the current statute to include controlled substances rather than limiting it to methamphetamine. This change aligns the law with the realities of today's opioid epidemic while ensuring that valid prescriptions remain protected under RSA 318B1. This bill is not about punishing individuals with substance use disorders. It is about protecting the most vulnerable, children, who are often left defenseless in dangerous environments. It also strengthens law enforcement's ability to intervene in cases of suspected exposure. By allowing officers to take a child into protective custody for screening and testing, we provide a critical tool to ensure that child receive medical attention and necessary support services. This aligns with New Hampshire's commitment to child welfare while respecting due process and parental rights. It does not mandate removal, but establishes immediate assessment of potential harm, a necessary safeguard in situations where a child's health and safety may be at risk. This is not just a policy issue. It is a moral imperative. We have the opportunity to take action before more children suffer the consequences of a preventable tragedy. Every child in New Hampshire deserves the right to grow up in a safe and healthy environment. I urge you to support House Bill 473 and help us create a safer New Hampshire for all children. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. What a great senior project.
Thank you. And you all should have my slideshow. The packet that I handed out was the slideshow that I presented for my senior project. Yes, that. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Representative Muse.
I do have do have one question. You probably heard former Representative Kinnerk's testimony about therapeutic cannabis. Was it your intention that therapeutic cannabis be within the scope of this bill?
No, my research was only on opioids and the opioid crisis, but working with Rep. Nelson is when we decided to include that RSA, but that was not my sole intention of this bill.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Chief Suckling?
Thank you very much to members of the committee and Madam Chair for the day. I'm going to just wing this sideways. Sorry, I apologize. Whenever you're ready. Does this come out of my 3 minutes? Are we good?
I'm going to give you more than 3 minutes because I want you to stay in the hot seat.
I'm sorry, I'm just whittling away here.
I do actually think we do have larger chairs in other committee rooms.
I'm good.
Maybe
I'm making myself
maybe I
comfortable
should
now.
bring one in here to
Good.
make you more comfortable.
One of the wheelie ones would be great.
Oh, that was it. It was because of your equipment,
It is.
Chief.
I'm an implied wide load.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you for having
In all
me.
seriousness, I know this is no laughing matter. Thank
No,
you
I
for.
know. I appreciate it. You make
thank
me
you
feel
for
a little bit
playing.
more at ease because this is quite an emotional topic for me, and I've watched this firsthand. We're at the coalface, and I've written a whole bunch of stuff here, and I'm going to probably ignore most of it. So I just want to talk to you about the truth. I've been in law enforcement for 14 years. 12 of that has been a chief of police in the town of Alexandria. And prior to that, I was a chief of police in Danbury. And then during that, I was a chief of police in Danbury and Alexandria. I spent 2 years as a patrol officer before I became chief of police. And I was 42 when I became a police officer. So I had some lived experience before I put on the badge and the gun. And I've kind of been there and done that, and I'm really sympathetic to people that are in treatment. And because of that, I'm on several consortiums in the state, one including the Rural Community Opioid Reduction Program. It's a federal grant by HRSA, and I'm on a consortium in Laconia in that. I promote recovery. I'm the yin to the yang of law enforcement, if you will. We will arrest people for drug infractions and we will take them to recovery in the same day. It's incredibly successful for us, and I teach about that at a conference every year in DC about integrating law enforcement to recovery efforts. It can work. But this bill's so important. This bill's been around since 2006, and I can only guess is that it was introduced because of the home cooked methamphetamine back there. Well, that's not happening as much anymore because there's so much methamphetamine in the state that's coming in from Mexico or southern states. I'm not going to elaborate on that. That's outside my skill set. But I want to talk to you about I'd also say that I support this bill. I think that's a given. And I'm here actually representing New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association as well, and they support this bill. I want to talk to you about a case that I was involved in. It was down in Londonderry. Two parents and another adult had decided one night that they'd take a four-wheeler and take a trip down to Massachusetts and swap that four-wheeler for fentanyl. And they did. They went down to Massachusetts, swapped this four-wheeler, picked up some fentanyl, and they were from around our area, around the Lakes region, and they made it as far back as Londonderry before they felt the urge to use their fentanyl. They used it, they fell asleep, and their toddler ate it, and that toddler died. And I spent quite a bit of time working to find those people once that case was presented to a grand jury. And I worked with the U.S. Marshals to find several of those individuals around the state. They're since serving long jail sentences, but their family will never be the same. And I'm sure they regret it every single day. I worked another case in a small town where we were investigating this house for the possession of methamphetamine. And I know that there was two small children in that house, and they were going to a local school. And as part of being a community orientated police officer, I would go to the school often and we'd see these kids asleep. And as part of our case that we were building on this house and the sales of the methamphetamine out of that house, I would watch the house. It's in my community. It wasn't far. I would drive around at all hours of the night, and we would see this house was awake all night. And these kids were suffering, and not just a little bit. They were suffering hard. The schooling was their escape, and they need to get out of that house. We arrested both parties, and we got DCYF there to help us with the investigation and the subsequent cleanup. The children were taken, they were tested. We never found out the results of the test. It wasn't for us to find out. It was more of a DCYF issue. Within a couple of weeks, those kids were back at school. A young male was talking, conversing, and they were learning again. And these kids put on weight, and they're doing great ever since. Tess talked earlier about a 9-month-old that was revived during Narcan up in Claremont. The amount of fentanyl that it takes, I know Tess talked to this, the amount of fentanyl that it takes to kill a small child is nothing. It's next to nothing. And yet this is a highly airborne drug that is easily ingested by young children. I myself was exposed to fentanyl a long time ago. I'm not going to age myself, but it was one of the first exposures to law enforcement in the country. The CDC came out and did a whole bunch of testing on me. I was fine. It was an exposure, but it's significant, and this is a significant concern for us. We want this bill to pass because we want more tools in our tool belt to help the family. This isn't necessarily about prosecution, but it comes as a law, so obviously there's consequences to that. But we want to help these kids because our kids' future isn't negotiable. Neither is their safety. So I welcome any questions now.
Really? No.
Here's your chance.
I know. Actually, you did a very nice job. Thank you very much.
You.
I don't see any questions.
And also, this isn't to negate any kind of Fourth Amendment issues as well. This is about picking up the pieces after the case is done. I just want you to, I think that's an important note. So thank you very much for listening to my testimony here today. Appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you for adding that. Thank you very much. What else we got? Nobody? Right. Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on House Bill 473 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And it is time. I will open the public hearing for House Bill 528 and welcome Representative Verville to introduce the legislation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Kevin Verville from Rockingham 2nd District. I represent...
Representative, if you could hold on one second, just 1 second. There's a lot of ruckus behind you, and I don't want us not to be able to hear you, so we'll just give them a second to clear out.
At your convenience.
I apologize for the interruption.
No, it's no problem. I'm easy.
All right, it looks like you're good to go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I'm Representative Kevin Verville. I represent Rockingham 2nd District. So I represent the towns of Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. The words in the head go faster than the words that come out of my mouth. So you'll hear funny things every now and then. So I apologize for that. The thing I want to start out with is this bill is not about amphetamines. It's not about barbiturates. It's not about narcotics. It's not about opioids, right? Those are highly addictive, highly dangerous, and potentially deadly drugs. And they should be Schedule I drugs. They should be very tightly controlled. What I've come to talk to you about today is a psychedelics bill. And so we have to learn to compromise, right? And so 2 years ago, this bill came before this committee. Actually, can I back up 1 second? I want to apologize to the committee. You had a sister bill to this, which was a cannabis bill, basically the same language, but cannabis. That was my bill, and I was not able to introduce it. I got called out of state on unexpected business, and so I couldn't be here. So I apologize for not being here for that bill. I just wanted to make sure that got said. So 2 years ago, I filed a bill
that wanted to decriminalize at the state level several psychedelics. Lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, mescaline, and peyote, and psilocybin, right? So those were the three. It was a fun little debate that we had both at the committee level and at the floor of the House. And I was really shocked because on the floor of the House, on an ITL bill, I got 40% of the votes that I needed to pass it. And it's a pretty big bite at the apple, right? I'm smart enough to know that going after all three is a big bite. And I got a lot of feedback from people that were sympathetic but didn't vote in favor. And so what I've done this year is I've rolled this back to only be psilocybin. Psilocybin is the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, right? What they call magic mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms. Psychedelic mushrooms grow in all 50 states. They grow on all continents except for Antarctica. So psychedelic mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms are quite ubiquitous globally. They've been used for thousands and thousands of years. Some people would say they are abused, and I suppose at some level they are subject to abuse. One thing we should know about psilocybin is there's effectively no LD50. So an LD50 is a lethal dose that'll kill 50% of a given population. So typically they use a kilogram rat, right, a 2-pound rat, and do it by that. The only way to kill a rat with psilocybin, you'd have to have enough of it to drop it on its head and crush it, okay? The other thing that's interesting is that you can't overdose on psilocybin. You can take a lot, you can lose your lucidness, but you can't take enough psilocybin to kill yourself, right? So that's not a reality. Another interesting thing about virtually all psychedelics is they're not habit forming, and they're not prone to short cycle repetitive use, right? So if you think about the way amphetamines, barbiturates, et cetera work, you take the drug, you get a high, you come down off the high, you want to do it again. You have to take a little bit more because your body built up a little bit of tolerance. And so then you're on that cycle, right? A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. And next thing you know, the drug controls your life. So if we all got together, and obviously we wouldn't do this because it's illegal, but if we all got together and had a psychedelic mushroom experience Saturday night, and some of you woke up Sunday morning and said, wow, I really want to do that again, what you would find is if you did the same dose or more, you would not get the same effect. And so if you said, geez, that wasn't as good as the first time, I'm going to take twice as much, you'll actually get less of effect than you did on Sunday. So the more often you do it in a short amount of time, the less the effect it has. So it's not prone to addictive behavior. Okay, just very important things that we should know about this. What this would do is it would decriminalize psilocybin and psilocybin containing fungus in the state of New Hampshire. It would not remove it from Schedule 1, which is a federal law. And so federally, it would remain illegal. And so what this bill is harm prevention. Most of the people that get caught with psychedelics are young. This bill is 21 and over, but they tend to be younger in life, and the conviction is a felony. And a felony conviction has long-lasting negative repercussions on a person's life. So if you accidentally got caught with psychedelics, you couldn't become a school teacher. It'd be tough to get a license to do that. All sorts of different things. So it removes the felony conviction. And so some people would say, well, then we're going to have mushrooms rampant, right? 2 years ago, the state police lieutenant, who's in charge of the drug division, I forget exactly what they call it, testified. And he was asked, hey, how many times do you arrest people for psychedelics possession? And he couldn't remember the last time. But his testimony went on to say that he had a child in high school and the child in high school says they are readily available everywhere. So the prohibition doesn't work, right? The material is available. What I want to do is remove the penalty, the felony penalty for the possession. And that's what this bill does. And you say, okay, well, now it's going to run rampant, right? You can imagine that somebody's now going to mass produce mushrooms in their basement to sell on what would essentially be a legal market in New Hampshire, black market in other states. But that's not going to happen. And the reason that's not going to happen is the feds aren't going to allow that, right? The federal authorities are not going to allow mass production of psychedelic mushrooms. So they're not going to allow commercial sales. So if you say, well, all of a sudden, New Hampshire allows for sale, which technically this bill would do. If you opened up a psychedelic mushroom shop, I guarantee you by the second day you open your door, there's going to be black shiny shoes at your doorstep asking you a lot of questions and probably asking you to go with them, right? So while this bill seems broad in scope, it really isn't. It's just trying to allow some harm prevention for New Hampshire citizens. I dream of a day when we have medical psychedelics available. I dream of that day. There are demonstrated medical benefits with depression, post-traumatic stress syndrome, interestingly enough, addiction, right? So psychedelics can be used to cure addiction to a very high rate. And the most interesting part is, right, if you're not familiar with this, the way psychedelic therapy works for essentially all of these different issues is a single high dose experience with medical personnel, right? So you counseling, experience, counseling, and it has a huge success rate. We are a long ways from that, right? We're still arguing about medical cannabis in the state. So in lieu of that, I would strongly encourage this committee to vote this OTP so we can have a debate on the floor of the House. Let's at least have the open debate. People, our constituents are very open to this. The polling numbers keep going up. If you're against it, you can still give it an OTP out of committee, because when it crosses to the other side of the wall, or if by some miracle of God it escaped that other body, it'll end up in a corner office where it doesn't have a lot of future. But I think it's a discussion. I think it's a debate that we really need to start having in an honest, forthright manner. And so that's why I bring this bill to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Knoll?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have followed your bills around psychedelic therapeutics and things like that, and I didn't see one this year, and I'm curious why you chose to go this way instead of trying to push forward the therapeutic psychedelics bill.
Thank you for the question. So the representative has decided she's going to blow my cover, and I'll give you.
Am I?
Yeah, you are, and I'll give you. It's not a secret, although I don't broadcast it. It's a 2-year session. When this bill dies, wherever it dies, because that's what's going to happen to it, right? Eventually, it can't come back next year, right? So. Similar language, you could take a different approach to it in the second year, but not the same approach. So if there's a cake to be had and you have 2 chances to eat the cake, it's always it's like a pie eating contest, right? If I could eat the pie in 1 bite, that's preferable to having to nibble away at it. This is the big bite, right? I don't know that I will be bringing a therapeutic bill forward next year, but I am quite certain that there are individuals that will. So you will see that, and I think that's a worthy bill. What I would beg this committee is to not give this an ITL recommendation, knowing fairly certainly that there'll be a therapeutic bill. If I can give you a more thorough answer, the reason I say that is we are not in alignment as to what therapeutic psychedelics should look like. So in the 1950s and the early 1960s, when psychedelics were perfectly legal globally, Nevada is actually the state that began the clampdown. California went second, and then the feds intervened and they slammed it all shut. All the therapy, all the research, everything. And back then you had Hollywood stars going to boutique medical facilities, getting psychedelic treatments. And so if you're rich and you can afford it, you have access. I don't like that model, right? I'm here for the little guy. I'm not here for elite, hard to penetrate systems. And I'm afraid that if we go psychedelics therapy, that's probably going to be the first nibble that passes. And I think it's going to be very difficult to open it up beyond that. And that scares me. That also, so now you have this legal venue, right, for those that can afford it, because the insurance isn't going to cover it. You're going to have to pay out of pocket, right? Insurance isn't going to cover psychedelic therapy in New Hampshire, almost certainly. And so now you've still got the average Joe and average Jane subject to felony penalties. I don't know why I can't say that today. Felony penalties. Say that 3 times fast.
Thank you.
For something that's available to others that can afford the buy-in. To me, this is a better solution. This is a better solution. It's still federally illegal, and I will make the commitment that if this bill passes by the grace of God, and all of a sudden we have a magic mushroom problem in this state, I will be the first one to run back to this committee and bring common sense legislation to tighten it up, to bring it back under control. But I already know that psychedelics are readily available in all 50 states at very competitive prices on the black market. So the prohibition is doing nothing, and the people that are getting caught are not fentanyl addicts, they're not cocaine addicts, they're not methamphetamine addicts. They're people that are either looking to explore their inner self or they're self-medicating for other reasons. Long answer. But
Thank you.
thank you.
Representative Muse.
Would it surprise you to know that while I oppose outright legalization, I would be more than willing to work with somebody on a therapeutic bill, because over the last few years, I've seen a huge amount of research that indicates that this may actually be a tremendously beneficial form of therapy. But the reality is that no therapeutic version of psilocybin has been approved for human consumption yet.
I'm going to assume that's in the form of a question.
Thank you.
So I thank you for the question. So the FDA has not approved psychedelic therapy for broadband use. It is only in the last couple of decades that they have allowed very limited ability to run trials, to run clinical trials and do research. There is a huge body of research from the 1950s and the 1960s publicly available, right? It was all published in medical journals. The research that's being done today is piggybacked on that work, right? They're standing on the shoulders of giants, in my opinion. The FDA is not likely to embrace psychedelic therapy anytime soon, mostly because it's the federal monolith, right? That's very hard to crack. So I think we're better off approaching it at the state level. I understand your position. I'm still going to beg you to give me an OTP so we can at least have a nice floor debate to start getting people thinking about this a little bit differently. I guarantee you, if there's a therapeutics bill next year, and there will be, I will be working with people on that. And what I would ask is that you remember my words of caution, that we don't set up a system that allows the haves to have and the have-nots to be locked out of access, because that was the major problem with the clinical side in the 50s and early 60s.
I'm pretty sure we're going to need subs next week, Representative Verville, if you're, volunteering.
So I appreciate the offer. And unfortunately, half of the management team of the company I work for is traveling next week, and so I'm clamped down pretty tight.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Representative Paquette.
Hi guys, I'm Representative Kathleen Paquette from Manchester, and I'm one of the little guys that he was referring to earlier. Today I'm going to share something with all of you that's deeply personal to me. It's a side of me I don't share too often, and usually only with those that I'm closest to. I want to share with you the most intimate part of my life, my pain. I may look fine on a day-to-day basis, and sometimes I am, but often I'm not. I've often been told, it can't be that bad, you look fine. My unfortunate reality is that I'm anything but fine. I'm just gonna pass this one piece to you guys. I suffer from a chronic excruciating pain condition called trigeminal cephalgia, also known as cluster headache. They're called cluster headaches because they tend to cycle and come in clusters. When I'm in cycle, I have unbearable attacks of burning, piercing, stabbing pain behind my eye. The pain is so violently severe that I cry, I rock, I pace, and I usually end up rolling around on the floor, clutching my head and sobbing. My nose runs, my eye swells, and it's not unusual for me to be vomiting. The attack of pain can last anywhere between 10 minutes to 3 hours. They can occur several times in one night. Just when I'm exhausted enough to sleep, it starts all over again. This often happens every night for months at a time. There have been times where I haven't had a good night's sleep for close to a year. Sorry. I've personally broken multiple bones, gave birth to multiple babies, experienced kidney stones, and had several surgeries. I have yet to experience anything more painful than a cluster attack. Tylenol, Advil, migraine meds don't put the slightest dent in these attacks. IV pain medication, such as morphine or Dilaudid, don't even come close to touching it. My only tool for shortening the duration of these attacks is high-flow oxygen using a special mask. I have an oxygen tank almost as tall as I am besides my bed. Cluster headaches are unfortunately a well underdiagnosed condition because it's just not so well known, and it can take up to 10 years to get a correct diagnosis. I unfortunately remember my first cluster headache very well. I was 5 years old. I was finally correctly diagnosed at the age of 38. I unfortunately don't remember a time in my life when pain wasn't part of it. These are considered one of the most painful disorders and are also often called suicide headaches because over 70% of people with my condition contemplate ending it all. Suicide in my population is over 20 times the national average. Way too many members of my cluster headache family were unfortunately no longer able to see past the pain, and they're no longer with us. Those of you who follow me on social media will notice that I sometimes change my profile picture to a picture of this ribbon. This means yet another friend couldn't bear the pain of another day. The episodic nature, the unpredictability, the unbearable pain, and the impact on every single aspect of your life makes you feel desperate to find an end to your suffering. When I was finally diagnosed, I attended an event and finally met someone who suffered from my condition, who got it, who understood me. That day opened me up to support and a family from all over the world. I'm sharing this with all of you because that day I was given hope. That day, I was educated about psilocybin. It is believed to help people like me by potentially interrupting and preventing headache cycles. It is thought to reduce inflammation in the brain, alter pain perception, and reset the neural pathways that interrupts these painful cycles. Very occasional use of small, non-hallucinogenic microdoses, and at times even a single dose, has been known to increase remission periods or even stop a cycle completely in its tracks. As little as a single dose has the power to allow someone relief when there hasn't been any for years or even decades. It has the power to give someone back their ability to be present for their family, to give someone back their dignity. And most of all, making psilocybin available to someone like me has the power to save lives. I'm asking for you to consider passing HB 528, at least make an effort to try some form of making it work, because people like me shouldn't have to make a choice between living our lives and breaking the law. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share this with you. I had somebody from my family, from my cluster family, was going to come here today and testify, but they were coming from Chicago and New Jersey and opted not to. So I have a testimony for you, and I also have some additional information about statistics and things like that.
Sorry. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative New. She's gone. I don't think she wants to. Representative Paquette, did you want to answer a question? Representative Newman.
Yeah, just, that was very intense for you to do and for us to hear.
Wasn't easy.
And I was just curious since it's so successful for you, I was just curious how long the remissions might be, and how well it has affected your ability to do things just because you take that. Thank you.
So there are there are some people that just sort of use it medicinally on a schedule basis, but for others, one dose. One dose causes months and months of remission. There's actually people that I know that have used it one time. They've been in remission for years.
Much.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson.
I have a similar story. I don't know that my condition is a cluster headache issue. I believe it was caused by exposure to a common food additive. So it's a little bit different, but a very similar sort of feeling. It would create a blinding, overwhelming pain that essentially made me not functional for 12 hours at a time. This happened frequently enough where it would have essentially prevented me from being a functional human being. It's hard for me to imagine how someone experiencing that could maintain a job or take care of their home or anything like that. I went through a number of attempts to figure this out and to deal with it. I had an MRI at Mayo and was prescribed rizatriptan, which does almost nothing. Later, I was given Toradol by a local clinic, which also does almost nothing. These are expensive medications that they give you very little of in a prescription, and you essentially would have to carry it with you all the time because you don't know when it's going to happen. And they do almost nothing. I think it's important to point out the nature of the randomness as well. The initial symptom of this migraine is that things disappear in your field of vision. I don't know if anyone has experienced seeing your blind spots. You can there's little optical illusions you can look up online that'll let you experience this if you haven't. But essentially, it's as if something that normally would be right in your field of vision, like say one of you, was just photoshopped out of the picture. So that being the initial symptom is a pretty dangerous thing if you're not immediately aware of it. If you don't realize that there's something there, you know, in the case of, say, driving, for example. And once you notice that initial symptom, if you notice that initial symptom, you have about 10 or 15 minutes to be somewhere where you can be incapacitated for 12 hours. That's pretty problematic for any kind of normal life. So I was aware that people had used psilocybin for headaches, for migraines, and being in a situation where essentially can't continue to live without doing something about it, I tried that. Thankfully, I was able to, you know, safely obtain that at the time, which a lot of people are unfortunately not able to do. And I tried it, and it immediately turned off the migraine as soon as it happened. I tried that a couple of times, and it worked every time. Now I'm in the position where, well, what do I do? Do I, for the rest of my life, carry around a prohibited substance in case I get a migraine? That's a dangerous thing to do. So it's a very awkward situation to put a person in. Now, thankfully, I did come up with a solution for this. I took a small dose, one of these micro doses, 6 days a week for a year, and I never had another migraine again. That was about 6-7 years ago. So for me, that worked. I don't know that that would work for anyone else. I was never diagnosed with this specific condition, but I do know other people with migraines who have said they've had similar experiences canceling them. I think it's also worth pointing out that despite this being a prohibited substance, which undoubtedly makes it greatly more costly than it could otherwise be, a microdose is very small. My 1 year therapy was essentially, you know, $30, split into, you know, 300 plus doses. It's like a penny a dose. Much cheaper than a single pill of any of the other medication that I could have received. Much cheaper than a doctor's appointment to get the prescription for any of that medication. This is an extremely cheap, extremely effective therapy. There should be no barrier to anyone being able to get this, and this is an effective dose that is orders of magnitude smaller than what someone would need for a recreational dose. There really isn't any risk that I know of to doing this. I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
When you were microdosing, were you effectively self-medicating, or were you doing this under the supervision of a physician, or how did that work?
The physicians didn't even tell me about this, and I saw a number of them. All they wanted to do was prescribe these expensive and frankly useless medications. None of them mentioned psychedelics at all. I was aware of them. I was aware that they were used for headaches, and you know, that's, yeah, no medical professional did or said anything. And I think that's a serious concern when you talk about doing a medical only bill. You know, nobody's really informing medical professionals about this kind of stuff, for one thing. Some of them are aware, but they're hesitant to talk about it, much less prescribe it. I would be concerned that if it relied on a doctor prescribing it, that it just wouldn't get to the people who need it.
Newman?
Yes, thank you. On quite a few prescription medications, there'll be a notice on the prescription label that a cautionary note on there, this prescription might cause drowsiness and recommended not to use heavy equipment or to consider not driving for a period of time. Is there anything like that that you're aware of with a psychedelic use?
Well, that would depend on quantity. I mean, a recreational dose, especially for a person who hasn't experienced that before, yeah, you would not want to go drive around. For the dose that I did for this, well below the perceptive level. There's no noticeable effect from it whatsoever. Like my 1 year, system where I took it every 6 days, we're talking about tiny, tiny little amount. That's basically one recreational dose taken by one person over an entire year. So yeah, that would not have any effect. I mean, honestly, even a dose that did have an effect would probably be safer than the migraine for driving. Not that I would recommend that, but you can't do anything when you're having the migraine. And the other thing is that if you take something that could cause a side effect, you know what that side effect is going to be. If it just happens to you randomly, you really don't know what to expect or when it's going to kick in. And that in itself is pretty dangerous. You just don't know what situation you're going to be in. If something can randomly happen to you that causes you to not be functional or to not be able to see things that are potentially important in your field of view, how do you prepare for that? You basically would just have to think about it all the time.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else here that wishes to testify on House Bill 528 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And that concludes our business for the day. Thank you all very much. A reminder, we have House session tomorrow, and we will meet back here next Friday. Ways and Means has the committee pretty much the entire week.